Good evening. Calling the meeting to order. Before we get started with tonight's board meeting, please remember if you are in attendance, you must keep your mask on at all times. Keep physical distance between you and others, and use the hand sanitizer here in the boardroom. Those who refuse to wear a mask will be asked to leave, and we will call law enforcement if needed. We take the health and safety of our community seriously and ask that you do the same. Thank you. And I'd like to acknowledge during this time, our board members, Dr. Eugenio is sick. He's coughing, so he'll be joining us remotely. And Dr. Rios and Dr. Apodaca, due to work-related, cannot make it on time, so they will also join us remotely as well. Roll call, Danielle.
President Mrs. Yu,
Here.
Vice President Mr. Beach,
Present.
Clerk Dr. Eugenio. Okay, he's present. Board Member Dr. Apodaca. Okay, present. Board Member Mr. Nishi. Present. Board Member Mrs. Say.
Present.
Present.
Board Member Dr. Rios.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. I would like to ask everyone to silence your
Sorry,
phones.
I'm here. I can't.
Okay.
I can't hear. I can't hear. This is Olga. Dr. Olga.
Okay, okay, we welcome public comments, and anybody wishing to make a public comment must fill out a card on the table to my left. All public comments are to be made during the public comment section, and each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. I would like to ask our former board president, Sophia Say, to lead us in the pledge.
Could you please all stand
This is
up?
Chris. I also cannot hear. This is Mike. I also cannot hear.
We have some technical issues. I think they can hear us, but we can hear them, but they cannot hear us, so we'll work on that.
I can hear you now, Madam President.
Okay, thank you.
I can hear now as well, Madam President.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sound is clear now.
Okay, great. Their voice is so loud. Okay, good evening, parents, community members, staffs, employees. I'd like to thank the staff for preparing this meeting with such a short notice. Our office, ABC Board, has been working with the district personnel, including Dr. Su, Dr. Zillow, Dr. Mayfield, Dr. Wise, Director of Secondary Schools, and Melinda Ortiz, Director of Elementary Schools, to address the Omicron surge. As the surge of Omicron grew, I called Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue on December 30th regarding the need to send out a message to the community. And Dr. Sue and Assistant Superintendent Dr. Gina Zillow immediately sent out the protocol message to all stakeholders on December 31st, Friday. And you must have all received this letter. Dear ABCUSD families, we are seeing a surge in COVID-19 cases across our communities, and we need your help as we return to school next week. If your child has been exposed to someone who has tested positive for COVID-19, please follow the guidelines for quarantine at home from the LA County Department of Public Health. If your student is not well, they must stay home. The California Department of Public Health will be making rapid tests available to families with students, and we will share more information with you as we learn more about how these test kits will be made available. Everyone plays a role in keeping our schools healthy and safe. Together, we will get through what looks to be a challenging winter. Let's all do our part by following LA County Department of Health public guidelines and staying home when we are ill. Thank you. This was the message that was sent out, as you have already received them. And I have been in communication with our staff during this time every day, and I am very thankful to our directors who have been supporting our principals tirelessly during the holidays to address each family's needs, such as independent study, intervention, suspend indoor activities, ban athletics, and implementation plans of PPE, and putting safety of our students as a top priority. And you will hear more from our staff directly, what they have been doing. And we learned a lot from COVID 2020 and called this special board meeting to have a clear and consistent communication with all of our stakeholders. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting me with this special board meeting to address these concerns in order to serve our ABC community with abundance of caution. As your board president, I'd like to assure you that our staffs are working closely with medical professionals, including nurses, teachers, and parents, to address future recommendations. Our entire district will continue to be vigilant to follow the state health guidelines and expand on substitute teachers, even reaching out to retired teachers. I have been working closely with superintendent, cabinet, and directors and appreciate their reports and presentation, which I'd like to share with all of our board members, as well as the community and all the stakeholders. And lastly, I really want to say thank you to our teachers and principals for coming to school during this Omicron surge and really supporting the education of our students in-person learning, both in-person and independent study. Thank you very much again, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. And now, I'd like to turn to our staff, and they will give a presentation. Dr. Su?
Thank you so much, President Say. President Yu,
It's okay,
I'm
it's a
sorry.
transition.
Since March of 2020, we have faced the ongoing challenge of educating students during a pandemic. We are now in the midst of the Omicron surge, which is impacting every corner of our country, state, and county. Tonight, you will hear from our cabinet members and several principals about our efforts to keep our schools safe and our students and staff healthy. We know that in-person instruction is what's best for students, and our main goal is to do what's necessary to keep our schools open so students can continue to learn. District staff put in countless hours in contact tracing, vaccination clinics, employee and student testing, disinfecting classrooms, and other COVID-19 related activities. We have upgraded our ventilation systems, purchased PPE, and done all that we can to keep our students and staff safe while they are in school. I will now turn to my cabinet and several principals to provide a presentation on how we are safely keeping our schools open.
Good evening, and thank you, Board President Yu, for this opportunity to share with you what we have in place for safely having our schools open at this time. We're glad to share with you, and thank you, Board, for providing this opportunity for us. As we begin our presentation, our goal is to briefly overview for you updates from the LA County Department of Public Health that have changed, and some of those have been some changes that are in alignment with what has happened with CDC changes, as well as give you information about vaccination that we've offered in terms of clinics, dashboard updates, and other information that's also available on our website. We will talk about attendance as it's been for both employees and students over the last 4 days, and then looking at information about testing that we have available and coming, as well as technology supports that are available. And then we'll hear from 3 of our principals at 3 different levels of our schools. So we're going to move on right now and start with our updates from the LA County Department of Public Health with Mr. Scott Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. So we follow the public health recommendations and instructions for schools, for K through 12 schools. It is the T1, which is the opening protocols for K through 12 schools. This is updated from time to time, and the most recent update included the following: a strong recommendation for all eligible staff members and students to get vaccinated and boosted. Masking outdoors is now required when unable to physically distance. Staff will be issued and wear upgraded masks, which are 3-ply surgical masks, KN95 or N95. students should wear non-cloth, non-woven masks that are well-fitting of multiple layers with a nose wire. And updated isolation and quarantine protocols have been laid out, which Dr. Zietlow will cover later. As we talk about vaccinations, the district has been very diligent in working on vaccinating students, staff, and the community. We have held 29 vaccination clinics since June of 2021, with about 2,000 vaccinations provided. We have weekly vaccination sites at Haskell Middle School every Tuesday evening for those 12 and over. Artesia High School hosts a vaccination clinic for our pediatrics or 5 to 11-year-olds every Wednesday evening. And the district office is open every Friday afternoon for ABC staff members to get vaccinated and boosted.
There have been a number of changes in the requirements for isolation and return to work if you are COVID positive, or quarantining and continuing to work or needing to quarantine depending on your situation with vaccination that have been updated. And so just as a reminder, isolation means you have COVID-19 and you need to remain away from everyone and protect everyone from that virus. Quarantine is about being exposed and needing to remove yourself from situations just as a precautionary measure. When we look at the updates that came from LA County in regard to those who are positive for COVID-19, if you are positive for COVID-19, even if you're vaccinated, even if you have had it in the last 90 days, even if you're not vaccinated, if you end up with a positive COVID test, you need to isolate for 5 days. But in order to return to school or work, we have to have a negative antigen test for return. So someone who is positive for COVID-19 and has symptoms or no symptoms, if you are positive, after 5 days, if you take an antigen test and it is negative, with those results, we can return you to school as long as you are not having symptoms or a fever or things like that. If you were to continue to have a fever, you would need to stay out until that fever was gone and it's resolved without using medication. And then, of course, if someone is unable or doesn't want to do a test for COVID-19, then we have to do the full 10 days of quarantine. And those days are not school days, they are actual calendar days. So it's never quite that many school days, even though it feels like that sometimes, but they are calendar days. In terms of the update for exposure, this is where the county guidance has become a little more complicated. And so we have worked and put up on the website a chart to try and help with that and have shared that with staff. But if you are vaccinated fully and you have gotten the booster because you're eligible for that and you are exposed, then you can continue working or coming to school. However, the county has instituted a few additional pieces. One is that we have to test on day 1 and day 5 to make sure you continue to remain negative. And we have to have that person wear an upgraded mask, either the surgical 3-ply or an N95 or a KN95 for the full 10 days when they are inside and outside. And then, of course, as before, if you've been exposed, you would monitor yourself for symptoms for 10 days. Anyone else that is exposed at this point to COVID-19, if you're fully vaccinated but you didn't get the booster yet and you're eligible, if you are recovered from COVID and it was a case that was medically or laboratory confirmed and it's in the 90 days, if you are not vaccinated, anyone else, we have to have you quarantine if you're exposed for 5 days. And then we would have you complete a test. If you are not positive, then we can have that person return. In terms of them returning, they would have to wear the upgraded mask for the 10 days, as well as they would just continue to monitor themselves for symptoms. If they're unable or do not wish to test, then it would be the 10 days if you're exposed. So this is different, and it's we're doing some pieces, and we'll talk about that in a little while, to help with the testing that comes with this. Next, we're going to give you an update on our dashboard. Scott.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. Since July 1st, we've been tracking cases in our schools, facilities, and offices, and we have had 347 positive cases. 55 positive cases of those 347 came since the return of winter break. You can see we've been tracking those cases in our schools over the last 4 days, and we have them listed on the screen. We do try to update the dashboard at least once a day, and more often than that, most days.
Now, Ms. Ortiz is going to share with you about our COVID-19 notification process with our schools.
Can you hear me?
No.
It's not going on, but I have a very big voice. So I will talk in a loud, cheerleading voice. Thank you. And Scott has the Midas touch. So I'm going to share a little bit about notification process at the school sites. So upon notification at a school site that a staff member or a student has COVID, the administrator at the school site immediately notifies Mr. Song or Mr. Smith so that we can begin the work at this end. At this end, they're preparing all the notifications for the families to let them know the process and what they need to do in order to quarantine or isolate, depending on the situation. While that's going on, back at the school site, the administrators and the nurses are working to do all the close contact tracing to make sure that we are notifying and properly identifying any student or adult at the school site that may have been exposed to the COVID positive person. The letters that are prepared at the district level through Mr. Smith are then prepared and sent to the school sites for the administrator to send to or hand to the family members of those that were involved. As well, a notification goes out to the entire school community to notify them as a COVID case has been present in the school. As well, the list of members that have been close contacts are given to the response team here at the district office. Again, that's Mr. Song and Mr. Smith and Ms. Lewis. They are provided with a list of all of those members who are part of the team that has been notified for close contact. And that list of information is shared with the LA County Department of Public Health. And then Mr. Smith updates our COVID-19 dashboard. We're going to move on now to the attendance update.
Sorry, thank you. I couldn't get the mic on.
I can't get it off.
So, Mr. Wen and I have been monitoring, I've been monitoring employee attendance. He's been monitoring student attendance since we've returned from winter break. For employees, our total permanent employees right now are at 1,763. And you see the breakdown there between certificated, classified, and management confidential. We do have some positions that are unfilled that we're working to fly and fill at this time. But we do have in our limited term employee substitute pool about 1,400 employees. You see there about 288 of those are teacher subs. And with all of our substitutes, it's important to keep in mind that substitutes are not always available every day. Sometimes they're students that they're doing school. Sometimes they work part-time for other reasons. And so we work with that pool to fill as much as we can. Over the last 4 days, our attendance of those 1,700 employees, first day back, we were down 134 teachers and 57 classified staff. We filled as many vacancies as we could, and we were short 39 teacher subs, 37 classified subs on Monday. As you can see, Tuesday, the absences went down a little bit, and our shortages went down as well. Wednesday, we were up a little bit, and we were anticipating to be up a little bit yesterday and today as well, as we're hitting the incubation period from New Year's Eve. So we're anticipating more people might be finding that they're coming down with symptoms. And so as you're aware, when we have unfilled sub-needs, for our teaching staff, that's where our administrators step in. Our teachers that we have working in various capacities and special assignments, we will ask to fill in those places. And so we have diligently been doing that at our secondary level. Many of our teachers on their duty-free period will take on a substitute of a colleague's class to try and help keep everything going. So we will continue to work on that. However, these sub shortages are better than the day after Veterans Day. So we're encouraged by that, and we're hoping that we're going to see more of our substitutes coming back in the next week. Mr. Wen will now give us an update on student attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. Good evening. So we have been tracking students' attendance since we've been back from winter break. So as you can see here, absences have been very high. I checked with surrounding districts, and they are experiencing the same percentage, which is between 15 to 20%. So as you can see here at elementary school, we have about 9,100 students, and about 1,500 are out each day. And you have a daily number here. And today, unfortunately, throughout the 3 levels, is the highest. Middle school, about the same. About 500 out each day, up to 2,500. And at the high school level, about 1,500 out each day, out of 6,500. So on average here, as you can see, the attendance have been, the absences have been about almost 20% for ABC, with 2 days the highest, unfortunately. So that's where we are. We're tracking it. As you understand, as you know, the current law indicates that, we get funded based on attendance, not enrollment. So that could potentially impact attendance or funding. However, there's also an emergency waiver that anytime you drop more than 10% on any given day, you can file a waiver to not count those days against you. So we will be working with the county to do that for any days that we have more than 10% drop. And that's by school. So this is just the average. So we have to go drop down by school. But for the last 4 days, every school have experienced more than 10% throughout the district, so that's where we are. And when I check with my colleagues of surrounding district, they are experiencing the similar percentage. So,
Thank you. So a little bit of information and reminder about testing that we do have in place, and we're going to share some updates for student testing. We currently test using a company, World United PPE. They work with us and have been since October, providing the PCR testing for our employees and our service providers. And so on average, with the employees who are unable to be vaccinated and employees who are choosing to test, it's about 300 a week that are testing. We think we're seeing an increase this week. We haven't gotten our numbers yet, but more people are participating voluntarily as they're just wanting to monitor and make sure that they are well. Any tests that would come back positive in this process, we then work with them and follow all of the protocols for someone that is positive for COVID-19. In addition, Dr. Wise is going to share how we're working with World United for athletic and band testing.
Good evening, President Sue Yu, members of the board, and our superintendent. I have the pleasure of working with all of our secondary athletic programs, and I also work with Carol Castro, that is in charge of our band programs. So today I'm going to speak about both programs. Athletics and band continues to be advised by the LA County Department of Health and the California Interscholastic Federation, which we call CIF. Here in ABC, our students participate in 2 leagues, which is the 605 for Artesia High School, Cerritos High School, and Whitney High School, and Gar High School participates in the San Gabriel League. We are in communication with these leagues as we make plans and adjustments that we anticipate for competition for our student athletes. In compliance with LA Department of Health regulations at the high school level, we test our student athletes and band members weekly. Middle school students participate in intramural sports, and we began testing for the band members in the second semester, which is in about 2 weeks. The safety of our students, coaches, and community of athletics and band remain to be our top priority. And so we constantly are in communication about the ever changing or ever evolving regulations that are coming from those entities. I have to say that we have spent many hours, and particularly for this winter break, conferencing, discussing, making plans and revisions to support our student athletes. We will continue to do all that we can to ensure that they are safe. Thank you, Dr. Zito.
Thank you. In addition to this, we are now going to have available through World United PPE the PCR tests for students who are exposed at school and need to test on the first day and the 5th day due to that exposure because they're fully vaccinated with booster or they're fully vaccinated in the last 6 months. And so we'll have that as an option for families. Families are still able to choose to use their own medical health care. It's an option that's available. And then beginning next week on Tuesday, we'll move to an option for families to test their students for COVID-19 with a PCR test on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 5. That testing will take place at all 3 high schools. So we've made it to where whatever's closest to your home school, you can go to that high school for testing, any student in ABC Unified. We won't have testing the week of spring break, but at this point, we'll have it every other Tuesday, Thursday. Beginning next week, we'll start on this coming Tuesday, the 11th, at Artesia and Gar. So you could go to either Artesia High School or Gar High School from 3 to 5 for testing. And then starting on Thursday, we'll have it available at all 3 high schools, Artesia, Cerritos, and Gar. And we have been able to put up on the website a testing link under our COVID-19 and updates section, information about enrollment, information about the testing calendar, and the dates available. So we're working to provide that as an option in terms of the PCR test. In terms of the antigen tests and the testing that was and is to be provided by the state. We have been in contact with the county every day this week. We call and we'll call every day until we get a day or a place we can go pick up or we know it will be delivered. At this point, LA County Department of Public Health does not have the tests to give us, and so we are waiting to hear from the county that they're here and we can get them. As soon as we do, we will then work to get those out to families at our sites. Mr. Wen?
Just so for the board information in the community, we were promised them this Monday, and then we were promised them Tuesday, and then Wednesday, and now they just say, don't call us, we'll call you when it's here. So this is from the state of California and the county.
So at
Tuan,
this,
can I make another comment? I believe that Josie Cox and Tuan, you guys have been working on working with vendors to buy the antigen test privately. Could you explain, please?
Yes, we have, and that's the next slide here. We have been in contact with vendors to secure some tests on our own, and as you know, the supplies out there is there's not much, and the terms that they demand is just unreasonable. But however, regardless of that, we have secure about 4,000 tests, but again, they won't come until next week anyway. So we will have those, and we'll be keep ordering those on a rolling weekly basis. So we have about 4,000 antigen tests beginning next week, on top of what the county is supposed to give us to have available, for our students and staff should we need them. Thank you.
So now Dr. Sprigg is going to share with us a little bit about the technology supports that are available for our students when they need to be home for doing their work.
Okay, thank you. The pandemic required the entire ABC community to make extraordinary technology achievements last year in infrastructure, in online pedagogy, applications, professional development, and tech support to meet the demands of providing a quality online teaching and learning experience. Those achievements positioned ABC for a safe return this year, and has provided us the technology experience and readiness to especially approach new challenges such as the surge that we face today. I'd like to quickly review just a few salient technology items with a special relevance to what we are facing today. Infrastructure, specifically student internet access to the internet. As you recall, last year we had over 3,500 hotspots checked out to students. This year we've rolled those hotspots over to students. They still have them, and they're using them at home for homework purposes. And of course, anyone who may be quarantined at home and needs internet access at home, they have a hotspot. And if a family needs a hotspot, they can go to their school and check one out. And we have that capacity to do quickly. Student devices. Last year, we checked out over 17,000 devices to students. This year, we've rolled those devices over to all our current students. In other words, the devices are checked out into each individual student's name. That way, they can walk out the school door with the device anytime. And there's no hurdles in distribution like we had to achieve when we first approached virtual learning. So that's in place and ready. Applications in pedagogy, especially the Google Classroom. This is ABC's learning management system, and it was the backbone of virtual learning last year. The majority of ABC teachers still use the Google Classroom, even though we're in an in-person environment. Statistics. Our elementary teachers, 79% of our elementary teachers maintain active Google Classrooms. 94% of our middle school teachers, and 92% of our high school teachers. Teachers that may have paused using the Google Classroom upon return to in-person learning, they're already experts because of last year, and they can quickly, at their discretion, activate the Google Classroom should the quarantine situation impact their classrooms. And they can do that quickly, and they're ready to go. And finally, just a note about professional development and tech support. Last year's professional development was thorough, consistent. It happened every week. It covered curriculum, technology, special education, social services. What our teachers took away from that professional development, especially in technology, serves everybody well in our in-person learning environments. These are not the same teachers they were 2 years ago. So not only are we benefiting with in-person, but when we face a surge that might have consequences for how we deliver instruction to kids who may be quarantining at home, everything we've learned is ready to go, and those skills are here with us now. And I just say that to give everyone a sense of confidence that we can meet the needs of these students. And finally, technical support, which was stretched to the max over the last couple of years, is still in place as it was last year. We added the constituents of giving tech support to all of our families through an active tech line that's still operational. The phone number is on the front page of our website, and students can call that same number and get tech support in addition to all ABC teachers and all staff. So with that, I feel that we can have some confidence to deal with the kinds of problems that we're facing today related to technology.
Thank you, Dr. Sprigg. So at this point, we want to give you kind of a ground level view of what our first return has been back since we returned from winter break. And so Dr. Tom Tracy from Nixon Academy, our principal, is going to share a little bit with us about what he has experienced.
Thanks, Dr. Zito. President Yu, thank you so much for having us here, Board. We truly appreciate your support and help. Dr. Sue, as always, you're there in our corner, and we truly appreciate that. I'd like to give you a quick overview of our school's return after the winter break. And we expected some absences. We expected some family gatherings. So we sent out messages to our parents and our community. Here's what's going on. Here's what's going to happen. Please make sure that you're following the COVID protocols. If there's issues, if there's this, please contact these numbers or let us know. Our cabinet was very good at providing us information on a weekly basis so that we had current information to share with our parents and our communities. And that was really helpful because then we knew as the changes came with the testing procedures and with the COVID increases. So that was very helpful. The same messages went out to our faculty and staff so that they were part of the communication piece. As the parents and the communities were getting the information, so were our faculty and staff. Our first faculty meetings back in person, we talked about the same protocols and the same issues to make sure that they were well aware of the safety concerns, how we're going to best protect our children as well as our faculty and staff and our school and district overall. We had a lot of support through our district. We had a lot of support through our families as they were acknowledging thank you for the information that they had received. Day one of school came, and then things changed. There was 145 children absence. We went from a 59 child absence the day before the winter break to the day of return. We had about a 41% increase in student absences. A lot of that was from the fear, perhaps, of the parents. What's going on? Do I want to expose my child? Some of the children did have an illness of one sort or another, and some of the families were quarantining because of the travel. So we took that information in place, and we said, okay, we need to do something with this. So we started calling our families to see if we could help in some way, which then led us to the support of how we're taking care of the children as they're home, if there's something else going on. So we made phone calls to the parents to validate, the absences of the children. And we explained that here's what's happening, here's what we're seeing, how can we help you with this? And as the parents would tell us that, well, we're still, we're taking care of our family travel, or we're taking care of this or taking that, we were able to offer help and suggestions, what they need. Remember, our 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, they've got their Google Classroom. All the work is being posed there so the children can log in at any moment in time to get current with what's going on in the classroom. The primary grades are still more using the packages for the children based on the diversity and the needs of the children. If the parents needed that or wanted that information, we were very quick to put together and assemble packages for the parents to come and pick up so that our children would constantly have or try to keep them up to date with what was going on in the school. That seemed to work out very well, and we haven't heard anything negative towards that yet. So that is working. It's an ongoing process. What we're running into with that is now we're talking about the interventions and supports that we need for our children, our parents, and our school. The availability of personnel to put this together. Along with the children and the families not coming to school because of illness, we're starting to experience this with our faculty and staff. So we don't have always the availability of people to help us put together the packages, substitute in the classrooms, supervise the children. So part of our daily routine is when we have our children at their lunchtime or their recess time, we're talking to them about please make sure you're following the protocols, wash your hands, wear your mask, keep your distance. We're outside now, please wear your mask outside. We're sharing that same information with our parents, our Wednesday night parent meetings or our communication piece to the parents. Parents, here's what we're seeing. Please help us by contributing to reminding your children about these needs. Extra face masks in your backpacks. We've got plenty of them here, but just in case, please have your children carry another one with them. That seems to be working out very well. Along with, now we've got children who are missing school. What can we do with them? How can we help them? So we remind the parents that we've got the Google Classroom. We've got our IXL program, which is a web-based learning program that the children and the parents can log into any place in the world because it's a web-based program. So it's a constant help for them. Along with our in-school TOSAs that are able to pull out children or work with children if they need it in the classroom, if they're behind, or if they're a little concerned or shy. We're starting to see some of the children who are a little standoffish, which is great. We know how to deal with that now because our TOSAs can then work with those children to make sure that they bring them back up to speed so that they're more comfortable. The biggest concern that we're running into right now, of course, is the shortage of personnel to help at the schools. Because as the children are sick and as everybody else is being a little more standoffish, trying to figure out what's going on, we're starting to see an increase in our faculty and staff with their illness, which makes it a little more difficult for us. So we continue our communication piece with the parents. We continue the communication piece with our faculty and staff through our emails, through our voicemails. As we get more updates on the protocols and the procedures, we're sharing that with our faculty and staff and our parents so that everybody stays on top. We're offering the short-term independent study programs as needed. We're offering also the online program as needed based on whatever the needs are with the family. We're stressing with our families, please tell us what you need. Tell us what your goals are so that we know how to help you because there's many routes that we can take to get to the health and support of our children, but tell us what your needs are. So that's what we're working on currently with our children and with our families to make sure that we're trying to keep school going, we're trying to keep it as effective as possible, and trying to keep everybody safe. And with that, thank you so much for the time. I truly appreciate this.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Next, we'll get a ground level update from Ms. Tuesday Stoffers, our principal at Tetzlaff Middle School.
Good evening, Madam President, Sue Yu, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Sue, and cabinet members. Thank you for inviting me tonight to share my experiences this past week as the principal of Tetzlaff Middle School, as well as the experiences of my peers who also serve as middle school principals in our district. Our Tetzlaff Trojans are very excited to be at school, as are most students in our district. As site principals, we have experienced extreme staff shortages. Middle school administration has served as substitute teachers and other roles multiple times this week due to the sub shortage. While we are in classrooms, we are also completing contact tracing, which can involve up to 30 students, and the process involves speaking to the parent of each student we send home. As you can imagine, that is extremely time-consuming. We also have to fill out line lists to track who is sent home due to exposure. This is all in addition to our normal tasks that we are involved in running our award-winning schools. When students are out, they are advised by teachers, counselors, and administration to access Google Classroom in order to keep up with their work. If students have been identified as being exposed through contact tracing, each student, along with their parent, is walked through the Google Classroom process when the parent comes to pick up their child. Parents are also walked through the most current COVID protocols before sending the student home. Teachers are consistently reminded to keep their classrooms current. To date, I have not received any parent concerns surrounding the ability to access work while their students are at home.
At Tetzlaff, we also send home a Sunday message every single Sunday, except for the Sunday between winter break, communicating with parents and keeping them up to date with what is going on at Tetzlaff. As far as interventions are concerned, Tetzlaff, through district support, offers Tutor Zone, which is in person and online. In addition, we also offer after-school math intervention provided by our teachers, and we are currently working on developing a block bell schedule in order to offer intervention between the bells for our students. Tetzlaff has a full-time MHP to support our students who are dealing with additional challenges. We also have an EL counselor who we share with Carmenita Middle School to support our EL students. And we also have a staff member who has their PPS and runs a garden and art club to help students deal with anxiety and depression. Both clubs are run outside with the students being distanced and masked. For independent study, Tetzlaff currently serves as the umbrella for ABC's OIS middle school program. When students are seeking information or parents are seeking information about school site options, parents are asked to contact their student's counselor, who then walks them through the process. Information regarding our independent study options can also be found in our planner on page 7. Information is also sent to parents through the summer mailer. As far as extracurricular activities are concerned, since students have returned from the break, extracurricular activities have been postponed until our numbers decrease. Middle schools have also agreed to run sports as intramurals for the year, meaning we keep everything at each school. Students are not going to each middle school to compete. We're just doing it at the school site. For final exams, Tetzlaff is a pre-AP middle school, which means we offer final exams to give middle school students the experience of taking a final before we send them off to high school. Finals are given for the experience, not necessarily the grade. We will offer finals on the 18th and 19th of January, followed by a makeup day on the 20th. There will be no impact to the semester grade for the students who are unable to take the final due to the current situation. Although this is Tetzlaff's story, it really is a reflection of what is happening at all middle schools in ABC. Please understand this about your principals and support administration. We are working very hard. School safety remains our highest priority, and we want to do what is best for our students, parents, teachers, staff, and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stuffers. Finally, we'll have a ground level update from Mr. Patrick Walker, the principal at Cerritos High School.
Applause, that's terrific. President Yu, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Su, and members of the cabinet, it is my pleasure to represent my high school colleagues in this presentation about the Omicron impact on high school campuses. But truth be told, I missed a meeting yesterday, so I got tabbed for this job tonight. Nonetheless, when it comes to the return from school and the overview for us, I think we're all in agreement, and I am speaking on their behalf, that unlike last year, it was so great to come back from winter break to students, to see all of those masked faces. We know they're smiling behind those masks, and the students are always the best part of the day. So fantastic to have students on campus this year after winter break. But the return does have its challenges, and we're all in agreement there are 3 major challenges, and I won't get into all of them because they've pretty much been addressed tonight. Attendance obviously is an issue on all of our campuses. Staffing, along with the unfillable substitute roles, create some issues. Our paraeducator absences are keenly a concern of ours because they're providing essential services to our special needs students, and front office as well. So we're losing out on some APs and counselors and other front office support staff that can create challenges for us. In addition, a third area is contact tracing. It is really labor intensive, very important, but labor intensive. You can imagine that anytime we get indication of a positive case, we've got to go through seating charts of 6 different classes. Anybody within 6 feet, we have to personally call the families. One of the challenges I get involved in is when you're calling, you've got to make contact with someone. I have called 6 different people on a list and not had a pickup, and I know what's happening is families are saying, oh, well, it's Cerritos High School once again. It's probably just one of those recorded messages. So a lot of times it's very time-consuming. We figured out it's about 4 to 6 hours per positive case in labor overall. So we're dividing and conquering, but it is certainly a challenge. Nonetheless, when students are gone, we do have support for them when they're absent. When we go through the contact tracing, if a student has to quarantine, we do have short-term independent study. It's up to 3 to 15 days. And I'll have to kind of echo what Dr. Sprigg was talking about in regards to Google Classroom has been essential. It's invaluable anymore. We have a worksheet that teachers fill out for short-term independent study, but on most of those worksheets, they're saying, check your Google Classroom. It's all there. So it's the bridge between home and school has been created. So kudos to the district for providing the training as well as the software for that to happen. As far as intervention is concerned, all of our high schools have after-school tutoring available to those students who are on campus. And thanks to funding from the district, we do have support from Tutor Zone online from 6 to 8, which is essential for our athletes who have practice and games after school and are unable to attend our after-school tutoring. As far as communications, when it comes to the online independent study program, I know that all schools did Zoom webinars at the start of the year to inform our families. I know that ours had well over 300. I want to say that President Yu and Board Member Nishii were present at that particular event before school started to give all the information about what it took to be involved in the online program. And then currently we have all of our websites have information in regards to that program. The short-term independent study, once again, through contact tracing, we personally enroll all families into the short-term program if they are going to have to be quarantined at home. As far as extracurricular activities, a little sadness in this report, but there's some hope too. We are using the word postponing. So right now, dances, assemblies, field trips, rallies are postponed. We're capitalizing that in our messages to the kids because those are so important to our students overall. We're right now postponing through February with a hope, fingers crossed, that in March we can once again resume those activities in a safe manner. As far as athletics are concerned, we're making some flexible modifications. Our 605 League principals met today. That includes Cerritos, Artesia, and Whitney High School from our district. And for our winter sports, we're modifying the winter sports to go just 1 round instead of 2. That will allow for cancellations, and the league basically based on just 1 game per opponent. So normally we play 10 games, it'll be just 5. Now we could play more, but only 1 game will count. The first time you play that opponent, that's your league contest. The second time, if you get to play them, that will be a non-league contest. So it's just modifying and very flexible with the opportunity to make up games potentially on Saturdays. We hope to get as many in as possible, but we want to make sure that we can crown a league championship so that we can participate in CIF. As far as final exams are concerned, all of the high school principals are singing the same chorus, and that's hold harmless in this time. Let's not punish the students in any way. So we're looking at options of having both paper and pen open book tests in the classroom while students at home can take an online final exam. We're also exploring incomplete grades potentially that can be considered, but we'll work with our PAL team and each individual campus to make a determination as to how we are going to hold our students harmless in this pandemic. So thank you so much for your time this evening, and we appreciate the support from both our district and our board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Overall, our goal tonight was to share with our community and you as the board the things that we have done and continue to do and will continue to do to keep our schools safe. Our focus is really on student achievement, And our goal is to make sure that our staff is safe, that our students are safe, so that that student achievement can happen. So thank you so much for allowing us to present this evening.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. It was very informative, and some of those questions, I mean, you answered, and I'm so glad the public also got to hear some of those reports from all the different levels of our schools. Now, we are going to move to the public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do, Madam President. 12 at this time.
Okay.
Okay, public comments. Please silence your cell phones. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table near the side door and place it in the silver tin near the podium. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on this specific agenda item are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by appropriate staff. Madam President, I have 12 cards. I'm not sure if there's any online as well. Please come forward and fill out a card if you haven't. Start with these. Okay, we'll start with these. First speaker, and I'm going to call the next two, and I guess there's no chairs available, but you can move forward if you're here, is Alexia, followed by Joseph Cabra and Olivia Valenzuela.
Hello, can you guys hear me? First, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate all of our principals and everything they said. I really appreciate you guys. I thought you guys hit the nail on the head for everything that I was going to discuss. But I'm just going to go ahead and read what I have written here anyways. And then hopefully maybe shed some light on some things. So California has the lowest literacy rate in the U.S., but ranks top 5 for healthcare. Our kids are struggling in basic math, reading, writing, and science. Our district has been laser focused on COVID-19, so much so that us parents receive more notifications on vaccines than tutoring programs. Clinics were set up and fully operated for COVID-19 vaccines. Incentives like gift cards were given out to anyone who got the new vaccine. One of our members was pushing for more campus clinics, and the fully vaxxed can still get and spread COVID-19. Parents are tired of our district campaigning for this new vaccine. We just want as much effort going into our classrooms to educate these kids in math, reading, and writing. Your second graders left school in kindergarten and are now struggling to read going into the 3rd grade. 8th graders are facing depression at a high rate. Many parents are preparing to pull out. Keep the vaccine a choice, implement more programs to help at-risk kids from failing, leave activism and CRT out of our education system, and invest more in our teachers. One of the things that as a parent I struggle with is when we have Google Classroom, as it is a great tool, oftentimes teachers just play videos. And our kids are they're so short focused, it's hard for them to just sit there and stare at the screen, for 4 hours a day watching video after video after video. So one of the things that we could implement is more hands-on learning experiences. And that's all I got for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Joseph Cabra.
I guess it goes without saying this is probably not a time for questions from the staff. Is that correct? Okay. I'll try and do my best to phrase this in a way that's not in the form of a question. Regarding the United World PPE, I couldn't really find any information on them regarding their personal protective equipment. So I guess my question would be for whether or not you would put out a statement whether or not the PCR tests that you'll be utilizing are still or are FDA approved or still fall under the EUA, the Emergency Use Authorization. Also, if whether or not the United World United World PPE will also be conducting proper N95 fit testing. I know it's very popular right now to kind of harp on masks, but anybody that's worked in the medical field knows that proper N95 is only as useful as it is sealed, and in most cases people don't know how to wear them, and almost nobody has ever been fit tested. So that might be something you want to consider for your faculty and staff. Also, whether or not they will be providing SCBA masks. Is anybody familiar with SCBA? Self-contained breathing apparatuses. Now, with the current recommendation and the ever-changing recommendation from the CDC and other health organizations regarding quarantining, I'd like to just bring up a little caveat about a preprint study that's been done by an epidemiologist in New York about viral shedding of especially Omicron, regardless of a negative PCR. So if your staff has tested negative, it still might behoove a lot of people to kind of like, want to get tested regardless of it, of that. Let's see, shedding PCR, shortened quarantine, that falls into that. And I guess that's all I have. Thank you very much. Oh, and one last thing for the gentleman on the end who stated that they're dealing with the state government in regards to the PCR test. I don't think anyone's going to fault you guys for having to deal with either the state or federal government. We all know how that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Valenzuela.
Hi, good evening. My name is Olivia. I'm in the nursing program. Thank you, Professor Say, for inviting me over tonight. I'm just happy to assist. She actually, a couple of days ago, she reached out to me asking if I can volunteer. A couple of the nursing students at the nursing program, they're also willing to volunteer to hand out any COVID test kits to the family, parents, or even to any COVID testing sites at the moment. So I just want to offer my help. We're fully competent, as Professor Say. Not only she's a student advocate, but she also goes above and beyond for the nursing students, for us to be competent future nursing students. And thank you very much, Professor Say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Kirit Chauhan.
Good evening, President Yu, Dr. Su, board members. Thank you for having this meeting, but my thank ends here. I'm profoundly disappointed at what appears to me a lack of organizational structure. Why did you not have enough N95 masks on hand? If you do, how many do you really have? When did you purchase them? To whom did you distribute the mask, and how was that communicated? I want more honesty from the people who lead this district, including you, the board. A box of N95 masks costs somewhere between $12 to $20, depending on the quantity order. Therefore, a supply of masks for 20,000 people would cost you $400,000. You were given the money to be prepared. We did not know. The state said this, the county said that. All of these are lame. Either you are prepared for a disaster or you are not. The duty to protect all staff students is one of the reasons you became a board member. I do know that some teachers got N95. What about the students? Did you give them a mask as soon as you knew what the requirements were? In fact, the slide said something quite different. If you ever tell me you can ask a principal, a school secretary, or anyone else, I think you don't understand the word equity in its all dimension. Saying you gave the responsibility to the school is fine. But in the word of President Reagan, who I saw in person in 1984, trust but verify. Walk up to a random parent and hear what the conditions are like in the classroom. It is mostly good, but far from ideal. Put yourself in the shoes of the parent. If it was your child, would you send him or her to school? You are losing revenue because of trust. If you had a plan and spoke about it to the residents in your trustee instead of waiting for the president, waiting for the superintendent to say something, you would be in better standing. Mr. Chauhan, you don't understand the procedure. Oh, but I do. I know this business inside out. Your penchant for deferring decision-making and looking the other way is remarkable. The only time you have courage to speak up is when you can yell at the public, and you have done so, and the videos are there. Now, instead of discussing CRT or naked pictures in books, let's talk about critical mask shortage. Order the real masks and supplies that you need. If you run out of money, as education is a mandated activity, you can bill back the state. If you lead, I can assure you that the residents will support you for the true cost of recovery. Logistically, you may not even have the space to store such a volume of supplies. Buy a container. Form a partnership with the cities that you serve. I'm sure that they have empty buildings and warehouses that can be loaned to you. Yes, N95 or surgical grade masks will be in greater demand, but whose fault is it that you waited so long? Keeping our families safe is everyone's responsibility. Just because we are significantly vaccinated in the U.S. does not mean that the rest of the world is. Viruses will not report to the government, will not stop at the borders, yield to religion, embrace political ideology. Don't let your ego stand in the way from doing what is right for staff, students, and families who depend on you. Form a partnership that leads to a better outcome from vaccination, accessible testing, mental supports for the old and young. Right now, sometimes all you're doing is creating photo opportunities. Great. Form true partnerships with the community. It's a community that you need. It is their trust you're trying to buy. Because if there is trust, those students will be in those seats. And I'll end with this. Doubt leads to suspicion. Clarity of purpose helps to create a culture of innovation, helps people generate and develop ideas that have meaningful impact. Work with the community so that we can serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tim Carpenter, followed by Enrique Mina.
Thank you, sir. I'm student side council on one of the schools here, Kennedy. So shout out to Ms. Christensen. You guys are bound to what's called FAPE, free appropriate public education. You guys have to make sure, and that includes health for the students when they come to school. I cut my teeth advocating for special ed students around LA County, Orange County. I never had to advocate for ABC Unify, and that's why I chose you guys as the beacon of the school district. But it's FAPE. That's what you guys have to do. Now, Counselor, I'd like your thoughts. Is this all legal, what LA Public Health is demanding us to do as parents? Is it legal? Orange County, as far as I can tell, is under-regulated. LA County is over-regulated. They're what I call worry warts, right? So I would like to, Counselor, your opinions on whether all this stuff is legal to make me, as the gentleman said, you said it was what, $20 or so for a K95 mask? I paid $26 for 10 of them, including this one. So it's on us to provide these masks? I don't think so. You know, I think one of the council people, I think is Ms. Ortiz, am I wrong? Councilperson Ortiz, you have a special ed need, or someone has a special ed needs child, right? I don't know what special ed needs they have, but they could be vulnerable to disease when you send them home. And I looked at your minutes, because I wasn't here, but I thought you guys were going to send them home for the whole year in June. And a lot of teachers and parents expressed concern about sending them here. So why don't we go with a hybrid system? And Dr. Sue, you said it was, you said we know that educating them in person is the way to go. How do we know? Do you have a study on that? I'd like to hear it. Because I don't know. But I know in a modern world, we're in a digital age. Maybe 2 days on, let's say 2 days at school and 3 days hybrid, at school. We have the technology. So the gentleman's right. I mean, he's right. And a lot of them, one of my council members, not me, believes that Kennedy is being, let's say, culturally biased against it. A lot of the parents actually expressed that. So, I don't really get into that, but one of my council members expressed that at the meetings at our last, student site council meeting, was it December 7th. So, but no, FAPE requires you guys to, as he said, you're the ones that have to provide all this. You got the money. It's a political, this is kind of like a political pawns between LA County and Orange County to me. This is the battlefield. And I was disappointed on Long Beach. They're not meeting until January 19th, but I appreciate that you guys are here on January 6th. I really appreciate it. Trust me. And those are my questions. Yeah, I'd like to hear what Councilman Ernie Nishi has to say, if this is really illegal, So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next will be Enrique Mina, followed by Lena Shea Miles.
All right, first of all, I just want to say thank you guys for having this meeting. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the staff at the schools picking up the slack that needs to be done by subs and stuff like that. But I just want to applaud you for keeping the schools open, because I'm way more concerned of what the effects of not going to school for my daughter is instead of COVID. I could care less. From my experiences, all my nieces, my nephews, my friends' kids, they sneeze it off in a day and they're fine. But my daughter, not to get all corny and emotional, the thought of closing schools makes her tear up. My daughter had a rough year. I got full custody of her this year. She hasn't seen her mom in a year. And what helps her besides her therapy is going to school and messing around with her friends and being there and learning. And, my apologies to the gentleman before. Homeschool does not work. My daughter was able to get straight A's and she was watching TV when I would walk in her room. It just doesn't work. So I just want to applaud you guys once again for keeping the schools open. And if there's anything the parents could do, I'm sure we will do it to keep the schools open. So thank you guys.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Lena Shea Miles, followed by Michelle Houston.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lanisha. I'm just coming to you guys to, once again, to thank all the principals, and to thank everyone for coming to the meeting, for giving your opinion. And I think it's more so I'm just coming to piggyback on what the first mom said is, I just pray that you guys don't close schools, because for my son, he did online school for first and second grade, and he's in third grade, and he's doing okay, but he's really declining. And if you guys close schools, I think it'll be worse. Because for him, I think I'm going to have him repeat third grade, because it's just not, it being online first and second grade, it really hurt him. So I'm just asking that you guys don't close schools at all, and just keep them open to the best of your ability if possible, because I don't agree with hybrid and online school. It just doesn't work. And the kids, it's somehow the kids, when they're being taught by someone else other than the parent, they seem to learn a little better, because the parents seem to, I don't know, maybe I do it, you kind of help your kids a little too much, you hold their hand too much. And I don't want to be the hand-holding parent, so I just pray that you guys keep schools open and do it the best way, however you guys have to do it, but keep them open. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Huston, followed by Ray Gear.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, thank you. I'm actually from a local laboratory, and we've been providing COVID testing since the start of the pandemic. We're currently working with Whittier School District, Rio Hondo, Vanguard University, and actually all of the employees from the County of Orange. I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. Is this better? Okay. Kind of hard with the two masks. We're also able to provide on-site PCR testing and rapid antigens. Is this a little bit better? Okay. Okay, sorry about that. We are currently also a provider for pool testing, working with a group that specializes working solely with schools all across the nation. We're able to provide individual test results by email and a tech platform for online registration. And our turnaround time is currently 24 hours, and we are not at capacity. I know there's been extreme surge for all of the laboratories around the U.S. We are able to take on a substantial amount of additional volume. We also have 9 draw sites in Orange County and Long Beach. I know that testing is very difficult to come by on a community level, not just for schools and employers, but just on a walk-in basis, which we're able to help out for the community. We would love to be a local resource. We also can help with rapid antigen kits. I know that the gentleman said that there were some issues obtaining it from the state. We do work with multiple vendors for both test kits, rapid antigen testing, and all of that. So we would love to help in any way we can, and thank you so much.
Yeah, please leave your card on the table here.
Okay, sorry, I want to say thank you to Sophia. She actually has my contact information. Okay, perfect. You know what? I actually don't. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Sorry, yes. Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ray Gear, followed by Catherine Patel.
Good evening, President Yu, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Su, Cabinet Administrators, nurses, parents, students, and the ABC community. My name is Ray Gear. I'm President of the ABC Federation of Teachers, and just right off the bat, I want to thank you for holding this emergency meeting for parents. I think communication is really key right now, and I applaud you for it. I just wanted to report that teachers, nurses, and classified employees in ABC are doing their very best to meet the needs of the students and the community during this difficult time. On behalf of the teachers and nurses, I'd like to thank the school board, the administration, and the parents of the community who have stood by our side in unity in support of our students since March of 2020. This current situation is fluid, and there are many changes over the past few days, but in many ways, it's not like what we experienced in March of 2020. The challenges are different, and as a district, we're prepared with protocols and resources that are currently being made available. I have every confidence that the district is doing its best to protect the students, employees, and the community from this recent COVID outbreak. Principals and teachers are being heavily impacted by the increase of COVID cases, and the students' absenteeism we are experiencing across the district is challenging. The ABC School District is suffering from a nationwide lack of personnel to fully staff our classrooms. And so all the teachers on special assignment and administrators in ABC are pitching in to make sure that our classrooms are covered and our students are properly supervised. Thank you. It's kind of like, being in a ship that has a few holes in it and you're constantly bailing water. We're doing our best to make sure that we're keeping up with everything. The ABC Federation of Teachers continues to work with the school administration and school board to make sure that safety protocols are followed. And then we are working to make sure that all the proper masks, vaccinations, and testing opportunities are readily available to our members and their students. ABCUSD is not what typical unions are. We work in collaboration with the district. We've done that for the last 25 years. So when you hear stories of unions in Chicago that strong-armed the district, they don't work in collaboration. Or San Francisco, where they're talking about a sick-out. Or Oakland, where they're talking about a sick-out. That's not what we do here in ABC. We work with the school board. We work with the administration, and we're working together, searching for solutions that protect the safety of students and employees. We are committed as an organization to keep kids in school as long as we can in person. And we're doing the extra work for short-term independent study. Keeping students engaged is paramount to what we do here. I was speaking to a teacher from Hawaiian Elementary, and she was talking about all the extra work she's doing for her students. She's at the breaking point, but she's doing it because she really cares for her students. I know the school board, the district, and the ABC community are doing their best to recognize these sacrifices too. On behalf of the teachers and nurses of ABCFT, I'd like to thank the school board in advance for your continued support in guiding our ABC community through this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Catherine Patel, followed by Brandy Guzman.
Hello, board members. Thank you for having me speak with you tonight. I know that some of you might have seen me or remembered me in the past as I'm the co-chair of the Community Advisory Committee, and I often come before the board to speak about special needs students and special education programs. But tonight, I'm coming to talk to you about, obviously, Omicron and the return to school, which I want to preface by saying is very important, and I'm very glad that we're back. However, I would like to say that I am a bit discouraged by the lack of simple preventative measures that are being taken. To me, masking and distancing are really the low-hanging fruits in terms of preventing the spread of infection. There's a lot of talk about testing kids, and we need to test, and that really, to me, where you really need to focus on the easiest thing, the bare minimum I would expect is to have masks that are appropriate, face coverings. And if you're going to bring back over 20,000 students and put them in close proximity, I think you need to have well-defined a standard for a required mask that everyone is going to wear. The recent regulations from the LA County for staff members is a medical grade mask, and I really don't understand why ABC Unified cannot blanket that for students as well, because the kind of masks that I have seen on campus are really shocking to me. I've seen gaiters, I've seen these thin cotton, I've seen, the chin diapers, bandanas, and with the extremely high transmissibility of Omicron, that just is not going to cut it. And if LAUSD can have this mandate for all their students as well as their staff, I think that it's something that ABC Unified should do as well. It's the simplest solution to limiting the spread. It's not 100%, but it's better than nothing. So I think that the standard should be the multi-layer medical grade mask that's made of polypropylene, that's electrostatically charged with a negative charge to repel viral materials. N95, KN95, KF94, there's a list of the masks that are acceptable, and it's listed through the LA County. It's what the staff members have to do. Right now, what's going to happen, as you've seen already, you've got about a 20% absentee rate across the district. People say, oh, Omicron's not as dangerous. It doesn't make you as sick. That may be the case if you don't have underlying medical conditions. But what is the case is regardless if you have a sniffle or a bad cold, or you're completely asymptomatic, you're still going to have to isolate or quarantine for 5 days, which means the district is going to, for students, they're not going to be there in school. For the staff, you're going to be short-staffed. You're going to have to pay the staff member that's quarantined or isolating. You're also going to have to double pay because you have to pay a sub to take that person's role. There's a limited number of people. Your essential staff is literally keeping the school open. And when they're isolating, they're quarantining, you're out of luck, and the kids are not going to be able to keep going to school. So you had developed last year a really, really good model for a hybridized teaching. And I know that people are talking about independent study, but in terms of junior high and high school, that really is not appropriate. And I think that if a student has to be quarantined or isolated, if you could bring back this hybrid model temporarily so that the camera could be turned on and the laptop, and the students can participate in the classroom from home when they're isolating or quarantining, that would be beneficial because it's very difficult to deal all with independent study when you're in AP class and things like that. So I urge you to please look into upgrading the mask requirements, and please try to bring back some temporary online for people that are isolating or quarantining, staff and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Brandy Guzman, followed by Jason Brown.
Hi, my name is Brandy Guzman, and I am just a concerned mother. My son is in elementary school, and he has been out of class for 15 days now through the school year because of his unvaccinated status, and he's been exposed to COVID. I am very upset that kids that are vaccinated can return to school the next day, being exposed to the same students when they can also pass on COVID. The only difference between a vaccinated kid and an unvaccinated kid is if they both get COVID, one can have severe symptoms and the other could potentially not have any to mild symptoms. So I just want to know or want to see a change in that, because I don't believe that that is the correct process. I feel like my son and all the other unvaccinated kids are losing out on their proper education because of their vaccination status. And I don't think that is right. I know that there is independent study for the unvaccinated kids. They can go back to school after the 5th day. My son is in elementary. He's a first grader, and he got sent home a packet. I have to take 5 days off of work. I am a nurse, and obviously I can't work from home. So I have to stay home, and we do this independent packet. There is no online study for him. That I have not received any Zoom, like online Zoom classes. There's no hybrid classes for him to do. So I just want to know if there's any other options for us, because like I said, he's missed 15 days of school already within the school year, and each test has been negative. He does wear his mask while he's in class. He wears his mask while he's on the playground. And what about all the other students that are exposed on the playground when they're playing or when they're eating lunch, or if the students are carpooling? What about those kids? Are they going to quarantine also? Imagine if we have all of these exposures and all these kids. If you really do linking, you're going to have practically half the school out, because all the kids have been exposed to someone on a daily basis. So those are just my concerns as a mom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jason Brown, followed by Esther.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jason Brown. I've been a registered nurse for about 20 years.
Jason, please speak into the mic.
I've been about registered nurse of about 20 years. You know, listening to everybody, a lot of it, good points, a lot of things just really doesn't make sense. If we just break it down to a common sense and just think about things, it will make sense. I was just wondering who the school board was listening to. What are we listening to? The FDA? Are we listening to CDC? Who's making the decisions that we're supposed to be following? We have Fauci, the CDC, and the FDA already said that the tests are faulty. Fauci already said that the masks don't work, cloth masks don't work. Where did I write that down? Cloth masks don't work, they're ineffective against the virus. I can guarantee about maybe 95, 98% of people here with N95s have not been fit tested. And if you don't pass the fit test, you have to wear a spacesuit. Plain and simple, there's no other option. So I don't think we can be walking around with everybody providing PAPRs and spacesuits. I take care of COVID patients. Well, I haven't. I've been off work because I don't believe in all this mess. But I took care of them. I went in their rooms, I bathed them, I touched them, I loved them. I came into this job to advocate and to save lives. And what we're doing to our kids, we're ruining our kids' lives psychologically. They are not at risk. Fauci already said they're not at risk. Everybody wants to listen to Fauci in the beginning of this. But now, when he's flipping the script and saying things that a lot of us have been saying, no one wants to listen. Everybody wants to make their own rule. And it just doesn't make sense. Dr. Robert Malone, the inventor of the mRNA vaccine, has now came out and said they shouldn't be given to children. It causes lesions in their brains. Once it's in you, it's done. You cannot fix it. But now he's being censored. Now he's being canceled. Why? Because he's coming out with the truth? The PCR test I'm telling you guys, it's just ramping, everybody getting tested, everybody is just ramping everything up. What did we do before this COVID thing? We know we had coronavirus before. 22.9E, NL63, OC43, HK41. If you look at them all up, they're all coronavirus. It's the common cold, guys. If we have the common cold, you're going to test positive in this PCR test.
Clark, can we offer the speaker a better mask so it actually fits over his nose?
The mask here?
Do we have an extra one so he can use?
And the masks don't work. What do masks do? What do our lungs do? We excrete waste and CO2. We're not meant to rebreathe any of that stuff. We don't know the long-term effects and the constant mask wearing that's going to do to us or our children. Under the mask causes a moist and heated environment, which promotes yeast and fungus, candida, which again will cause infections and stuff on our skin, on our kids' skin, along prolonged use. It also increases chances of infection, lung infections, and allergies. By the way, I have facial hair. This is not going to work. And going back to the N95s, I had know hundreds of parents in our district. I've been here since 5th grade that are we're ready to pull out our kids. We have online, we have homeschools already in line, ready to go. N95s should not be given to kids. They don't even make N95s for children. They don't. I've been in the industry for 20 years. They're not going to fit them. What it's going to do is going to cause heat. It's very hard to breathe in there all day. I've been in N95 all day for more than 12 hours. It's very, very hard to breathe. And that's what we're going to do to our kids. For what? They're not even at risk. Our head guy is telling us we're not at risk, but we're still pushing it. We're still pushing it. Why? Because we're scared. Why are we scared? It's the common cold. It's I don't even know the name. Omicron. The symptoms, if you go to Dayquil, NyQuil, it lists the same symptoms of it. I'm so frustrated with everything, with all this. It's just madness. Now kids are supposed to wear masks outside? That's ridiculous. What are we doing, guys? We didn't do that for the flu. We didn't do that for the common cold. And Omicron is the same thing. Viruses get weaker and weaker and weaker as it mutates and goes. What we're doing is we're making ourselves weaker, more susceptible to things with all this stuff going on. I just ask you guys to take a look at the other side. Okay, take a look at the other side. Take a look at all the other data that's coming out now. It's coming out. As you notice, people are flipping the script. FDA, Fauci, everybody's flipping the script now on their findings. And now we're picking and choosing what we want to listen to and what not to listen to. out of fear when we have scientific studies, peer-reviewed studies that are already out there, letting us know that masks don't work, kids are not at risk. So I just don't get it. Please, just look at the other studies out there. Not just one side, but all the other, and then make your decision. That's the way you're supposed to scientifically think. That's the way you're supposed to make decisions in anything in life. You can't just look at one thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Esther, followed by Daisy Legasca.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. Thank you, principals and board members. I'm not sure your actual term, sorry, for your presentation this evening. It was very helpful. I'm feeling a little bit vulnerable at this moment, to be honest. I feel as I'm coming from a different angle than the majority of the speakers tonight, but I'm going to just move forward. Perhaps I represent a little bit of the silent majority, I'm not sure, but I do want to make a couple comments. I think you will hear more comments later this evening through the call-ins, but as parents, we are not actively seeking to go back online. However, I've been hearing from high schoolers themselves saying that they want to go online for a few weeks until things settle down. So much of their learning already these days is online, e-worksheets and assignments on the Chromebook. They're not comfortable with all the COVID around them, and they're worried about getting sick for finals. That being said, I appreciate what the Cerritos High principal mentioned about holding harmless the kids for high school finals, which I think is a wonderful plan, so thank you for that. From my understanding, there's a legislation or lack thereof that does not make what we did in spring 2020 an easy option. But my question is, why can some California districts do it while ABC cannot? Or is it just that ABC will not consider it? And that's just a genuine wondering, like, can that please be clarified for the parents? Or can it be left on the table, so to speak, as an option and perhaps utilized, without another board meeting in the future? It is likely the surge will intensify before we know things will settle down. It was reported today we have about 50 cases of COVID in ABC as of today, with a 2 to 3 day doubling rate. Within 2 weeks, we're going to have, 1,200, 1,500 cases. So it's just something to think about, and plus with the documented staff shortage, I just want to encourage us to think ahead a bit and have some backup plans. I also realize, and I agree, there's a big push to stay in person, but why can we not temporarily utilize the successful hybrid platform that we've already established, that I think Dr. Spriggs mentioned that we have already purchased and have the infrastructure for? Or is it because of politics? So I just don't know. School, is the safest place to be, and it should be the last to close, first to open. So therefore, I really believe we need proper precautions to be put in place. Items such as planning and expenditures for mandatory regular testing, physical distancing in the classrooms during lunch and snack time, renovated ventilation in addition to the upgraded filters and 1 HEPA unit per classroom, and PPE, as we've been discussing. Saying schools must stay open without considering the current surge and responding to the changes just rings a little bit hollow for me. Even my jury duty, it was scheduled for January 11th, next week. It's been canceled by the U.S. District, the U.S. courts, because of this COVID surge. So community transmission levels this week were extremely different from when we went back in the fall. My burning question, I guess, is why were there no additional protective measures put in place? And even in some sense, we have less protection because the plexiglass was prematurely removed. Thankfully, COVID cases in ABC are not that excessive, right, as we've seen. However, I venture to suggest that part of that is because of under-testing and lack of reporting. Furthermore, I firmly believe a lot of that is because you as the board have been elected to represent a very conscientious and responsible community. And these parents are putting forth a lot of their own effort. Parents and guardians are putting forth a lot of their effort to protect their children and the school community. I just want to, this last part, it's a little hard for me to say, but excuse me, I just want to say this. I just ask that, you don't let their success lull yourself into complacency. I find no pleasure in criticizing the school district. I'm a product of this district. My children go to the schools here. However, it appears to me that ABC has spent a little too much time resting on its laurels. Gone are the days when we were leading the pack. Today, we can't even keep up. There is no doubt we were caught flat-footed upon this return from winter break. I can only hope the board will put in the necessary work to remedy and advance. I firmly believe that each of you are compassionate and brave and can make wise and innovative decisions to not only protect us today, but also to equip us to lead again one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Daisy Legaska, followed by Megan Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Daisy. Thank you, President Suyu and the board for this meeting. I am a group of these parents group in Facebook, and they are telling me, I have two phones right now, and they are all talking to me. They said that the Zoom is not working, and they are sending the messages to Scott, and please, they are requesting to read that those messages will going to be read, not just like live reading, not just, like read in your office or whatever. The parents are asking, Scott, did you receive them?
We have resolved that issue.
No, I mean, they want this, their messages to be read.
They'll be able to speak now.
Oh, they can? Anyway, one of the parents sent me this. This is hers. Here is my comment in sections about Omicron. Has shown to be the most infectious virus in the We have alien.
You have to turn your phone off. That's why reflections, I
You have the
believe so.
microphone on your phone.
Yeah. And I don't think you can read somebody else's comment though.
Oh.
Well, not just that, according to our
Sorry.
policy
I'm
here,
not
Daisy,
high-tech.
if the people want to send, they can send through the,
No, because this
Zoom.
one, she said she's leaving. She's going to a meeting or something, so she sent me this because I guess she cannot speak on the Zoom. So anyway, I will just read. Do I have my 5 minutes in this one, or I have to have my own 5 minutes?
You have your 5 minutes
By reading this?
in total. You can read that as part of your 5 minutes.
What the heck? I have my own 3 minutes already. I did not even talk. Oh my God. I'm sorry to the parents who sent me this. I am so sorry, but I have to speak on my own first. Oh God. Okay, about the vaccination. I have 3 girls. I have 1 special child. They had their first vaccine, despite I don't want it, but because they said that they cannot go to school and they will be made fun, I said I will going to get the first. So I brought them to a doctor that I trusted and had their vaccine with Dr. Mike Vasulumonalakis in Long Beach. My youngest has irregular, her period become irregular. My second, I have to bring them to urgent care because she developed blood clot after 1 week. After 2nd week, I have to bring her again to the urgent care because she had eye injury because she is sneezed and she developed this eye injury. It's another blood clot. So that's why you cannot blame me if my kids and I will not going to have them their second vaccine because of that reason. My kids are below 18 and I'm not going to have them their second vaccine. You guys can going to call the court or whatever, but I'm not going to have them. Second, the school district, the school board. Last meeting, we know what happened. And as you can see, 1 minute, my God, there is no unity in the school district, in the school board. Yesterday, I saw these 2 school board member who's having a town hall meeting. I was like, why there's a town hall meeting? Where is the school board? You guys supposed to be working as a team. You are not working as a team. You guys are not talking. So you guys set aside those politics. You have to work for our children, for our community. It's not about politics. Please. You know, you guys are like, oh, blaming here, blaming there, whatever. You guys don't even have in school. I've been asking if my daughter will going to have the soiled mask. Are you guys going to give something? There's none. And the secretary said, oh, well, it depends on the teacher. You guys have to work on those, not on your political agenda or whatever. Sorry, parents.
Daisy, do you mind to just forward that to our district so they will send it to all of us, we can read that?
Thank you, Ms. Legasca.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Megan Mitchell.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. Sue. First, I want to say thank you to Mrs. Cookstead, Mrs. Melton, Mr. Watts, Mrs. Strauss, Mrs. Carlson, Mr. Lobel, Mrs. Murphy, Mr. Woodbury, Mrs. Aguilar, Mr. O, Mrs. McCutcheons, Mr. Kellerman, and Mrs. King for the dedication they have shown to my son along with his classmates over the last 2.5 years. Thank you for risking your health, risking the safety of your families and your loved ones because of the care you are showing the care you're showing to your students, whether it's been virtual, whether it's been hybrid, whether it's been in person. I appreciate the academic growth and success that my son has received since he matriculated from Cerritos Elementary to Carmenita Middle School. I am proud to say that whether it was virtual, which we stayed virtual all last year, or it was the end of 6th grade where his teacher, when it wasn't required, was teaching live and posting live videos to interact with students, that he currently has a 4.0. And while my husband and I work very hard to support him, we know that it is because of the success that he's seen in his classroom and the education that's been provided to him, whether it was online or whether it was in person, and you're appreciated. I'm also grateful for the rapport that they built with my child. For a student who stayed virtual online all last year, he felt like he could talk to any of his teachers. When I would ask him about how his day went after he did virtual learning and I did virtual teaching, he would talk to me about the stories that Mr. Watts told them or the information that Mrs. Strauss gave them in Avid. Even though the teachers went above and beyond the call of duty, so often are you forgotten, so I just want to say I appreciate you. It is rough, parents. I'm a parent who has had both kids at home while I taught virtually. I spent the last 5 days with my toddler because her class is closed due to COVID. Unlike some of the people who have been privileged to say that their family members have easily recovered from COVID, I'm a parent who, when my daughter was 9 months old, she contracted COVID. And unfortunately, at the time, there was not enough that was known. So when she was in the PICU for over 10 days, when she stopped being able to walk, when her temperature was 104.3 degrees, when we weren't sure if there was going to be brain damage, I wasn't so lucky to say, oh, she'll just sneeze it off. While my daughter currently is safe after testing what seems like every day for our whole family, one of her classmates, who is 2, is on a respirator at Chalk. So when we're saying things lightly like kids aren't affected by COVID-19, or this is the same SARS and coronavirus that's been around for years, tell that to the parents who are on the verge of losing their child. Lastly, as a teacher, I would like to say that we are risking our lives for children that we love and care about at the damage and at the risk of our own families and our own children. Having to go home and wear a mask around my family, being hesitant to hug my daughter because I'm in person at school, and as I'm watching my numbers of kids drop like flies, not because of absenteeism, not because our parents are afraid. I may have one or two students of parents that are afraid, but thankfully, under the leadership of my school staff, our site union rep, Stephanie Watson, and our principal and the other support staff at our school, our parents know that we are doing the best that we can. We are buying whatever we can out of our own pockets to make sure that we're staying safe. We are going through measures like skipping our lunches and skipping our recesses to wipe down all of our tables to make sure that our students are staying safe. And I don't think any teacher will tell you that virtual learning is ideal. I don't think any teacher would tell you that we enjoy virtual teaching. But I also think that when it comes to continuing to put the lives of our staff and our children at risk, maybe not all, right? But isn't one death enough? How many people have to be put at risk for us to maybe say, return virtual for a few weeks? And while that's not an option for the board right now because they cannot do anything without Governor Newsom and the California Department of Education giving them the leeway to do so, while parents are so adamant about keeping schools open, talk to the parents who have children who do have COVID and aren't able to sit in their classrooms because they're at home very sick. Thank you.
Last speaker that I have will be Christine Roa.
Hi. So, I don't come up and speak that much because I get very nervous. But I just do want to say thank you for everything that you guys are doing. I know it's very difficult. You get lots of phone calls, lots of emails, and sometimes it might be more of a blame situation towards the district, but I know that you guys are doing what you can do, and I wish that parents would also consider that because they're not the ones who send your kids to school sick. Us parents are the ones that send our kids to school sick if they have a little sneeze or a little cough, and we don't know if they have COVID or not, and that gets all the other kids and they have to go home. And I just think sometimes we need to own up to what we're doing ourselves, and just thank you for everything you guys are doing and our teachers. And that's all.
Thank you. Madam President, we're at 55 minutes, and I have no more speakers. I don't know about Mr. Smith.
We do have several speakers, more than 15 at this point. Board Member Beach.
Yeah, I would like to ask our board and give me a consensus to take a short break and then come back and limit it to 1 hour. Do you guys agree?
An additional hour of public comment?
Mhm.
Sure, yes.
Or should we limit it?
That should be sufficient.
Well,
If we get done before that, we could finish early.
Because in the past, when we agree, the second, if we do online one, that will be on the second public comments. The board will do the comments. But again, today it's a special meeting.
Yeah.
So, but if you have, how many you said, Mr. Smith? 15? So 15 times 5 is 75 minutes in there, and then
Yeah.
plus the board meeting. And I think probably like to hear from us too.
Yeah, so why don't we do that? Why don't we
So
have
probably
a
can be
short
whatever.
board
5 minutes break
break
if you have
and
to.
then come back for board discussion and then have public comments?
Or what do you guys think?
Madam President, I recommend we finish public comment and we
Sure.
allow all 15 of those.
So 5 minutes or
This,
15?
this is important, so
Okay.
I'd like to
So
hear from
five-
all of them.
5
All right,
minutes
so
for
let's
each one?
take a 5-minute break.
I would second Brad Beach's,
Okay, let's take a 5-minute
Yeah.
break. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah. Well, Stu, you have to tell what time they
So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and God be with you all.
perfect time that we address this. We make it a staple. We don't just do the bare minimum. And we, and lead and show other districts who aren't doing this that, hey, listen, at ABC, something that we do and something that we prioritize is that our children have fully staffed nurses on every site 5 days a week in case anything goes wrong. That's there for the students, for the staff, for everybody. So that's something that I would just like to know. Is there a plan? How can we start putting it in place to where we can get nurses on the campuses 5 days a week? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rani. The next speaker is Sarah Durrani. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, my name is Sarah Durrani. Can everybody hear me correctly?
We can.
Hi, my name is Sarah Durrani. I'm currently a senior at Whitney High School, and I kind of offer a different perspective from everyone else here. I'm not aware of any other high schoolers that have been speaking, so this is kind of to speak on behalf of majority of what at least the circle that I am part of is talking about. We have kind of a different perspective, and I believe that since the majority of people returning to school are students, it is important to prioritize our opinion as well. The difference in the amount of staff members and students is significant, and I understand a lot of what needs to be spoken about comes from parents, comes from staffs, and that is equally as important. But this is just to offer what a high schooler would say because it is us that are in the majority. I believe that it is important to prioritize our opinion. If you want to prioritize our safety, prioritize our opinion. So I'm offering the opinion of at least to have an option to return online or the option to do hybrid. This option offers us the freedom and more reassurance than everybody being forced to return back to school. We are in a digital age. I remember another speaker saying that, but I want to reiterate. Because we are advanced with technology and some students feel safer from learning from home, at least give us the freedom to decide what we want for ourselves. I know a very common opinion, the majority opinion that I'm hearing from this discussion is that people want a freedom of choice. So please respect both sides and what freedom of choice means and give us how we best feel reassured. I have been attending Whitney High School since 7th grade. I can safely say that our administration at our school does prioritize our health. And in return, we are able to contribute to the school to help it flourish. And therefore, I make commitments to the school, whether it's extracurriculars or to keep my grades well. In recent times, however, with the failure of returning to online school, I can speak on behalf of our students that we do not feel safe in classrooms. We do not feel safe during lunch. We don't feel safe when we are walking the crowded halls. And we do not feel safe around people we trust the most. I want to be reassured of my safety and your priority to keep me safe because as of now, with recent cases and the return to public school, the lack of offering an online school program puts immunocompromised students at risk. This is not the common cold, and even if you treat it like one, students should not go to school if they have the common cold. To say that this virus is a hoax, you don't believe in what is happening, you're not watching the news, or even care about COVID at all is a source of privilege because it is factual that you are not immunocompromised or you have not suffered a loss or death from COVID. Listen to the voices of people that are actually suffering from these cases because that is why this discussion is happening, to offer a different perspective. But as of now, it feels like those who are actually in a terrifying position of their safety are being silenced, and it is because of ignorance. Give us the freedom for online. Let us and our parents decide what is best, and offer a voice to students who are constantly being jeopardized of their health. If you prioritize our safety, prioritize the right steps into making our community a better place. Listen to us, listen to high schoolers, listen to students. We make up the majority of the school, so listen when our health is compromised. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to make a quick announcement that Dr. Apodaca had to leave the meeting due to his obligation at work.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Bess Choi.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Su, Board President Su Yu, Vice President Mr. Brad Beach, and board members. First, thank you for your continuous effort navigating in such a challenging time. I'm a parent of a high schooler at Whitney High and a first grader attending OISP. I'm very concerned about the safety of our students and staff returning to schools amidst the latest coronavirus surge. fueled by increased travel, large holiday gatherings, and the ultra-contagious Omicron variant, established to be 2 to 4 times as transmissible as the Delta variant. I would like to touch on these few topics. First, COVID screening test. Second, study at home support for students that have to be quarantined or choose to stay home until COVID-19 test is administered. 3, social distancing during lunchtime. And 4, reinstallation of plexiglass in the classroom. In regards to point 1, I would like to request the district to require students and staff to get tested for coronavirus and show proof of a negative test in order to attend school, which ideally should be done before everyone returns to school after winter break. This, together with the requirement to continue regular testing, will help prevent further spread of the coronavirus. COVID continues to be infectious even in asymptomatic vaccinated carriers, with the revised quarantine requirements allowing for exposed but vaccinated individuals to continue to attend school. Testing is imperative to prevent large-scale outbreaks on campus. Not just one test, but regular testing at district-provided sites at regular intervals. For example, LAUSD is requiring baseline and weekly testing of all students and staff, regardless of vaccination status through January, and requiring only unvaccinated students to undergo weekly testing beginning February, and in the words, to maintain the highest COVID-19 safety standards of any public school district in the nation. California Department of Public Health's website states that all school-based testing in K-12 school is at no cost to school through state of California testing programs. So the district needs to provide this free resource to the student and staff and require it in order to be proactive in community health and safety. In regards to point 2, provide high school students who have to be quarantine isolated or who want to stay home until COVID tests are administered options to learn at home, ideally with teachers' instructions available. For example, like access to recorded class sections or Google Meet to attend live class. But at the least, short-term independent study options should be offered, which is not available from my son's high school, contrary to what was communicated by the board. These options are necessary as apparent by the high absence rates of 15 to 20% since school starts. In regards to point 3, require social distancing during lunchtime when students have to take off masks. It is not acceptable to just say we'll do social distancing when possible. If there's a will, there's always a way. Schools can do lunchtime staggering or put more temporary tables or chairs so students can have space to observe social distancing. Currently, many students are sitting next to each other while eating lunch because there are limited chairs and tables. If the update from LA County Department of Health says that masking outdoors is required when physically distancing is not possible, then it is definitely not acceptable to have no physical distancing when students have to take their mask off while eating outdoors. In regards to point 4, we installed the plexiglass between desks where social distancing of 3 feet is not feasible inside the classroom. This will at least provide some sort of extra protection for the students. ABCUSD has long been known as a top-notch school district that puts students first with a reciprocal relationship with the community, and we are looking to the board to proactively make decisions and offer solutions to maintain the highest COVID-19 safety standards to keep everyone in the school district safe. I really hope that the board will be able to consider and implement the above request and make it a win-win situation for all parties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Ross. Go ahead, Laura, 5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
I just had a question for the board. Thank you for putting this meeting together. What are the steps for students with special needs and IEPs if they are required to quarantine? I understand that a lot of students will be getting, especially elementary school, packets at home, but what about the extra services that they get, like speech and occupational therapy? How is that going to be addressed while they're at home quarantining, or if they have to go into isolation for 10 days?
Thank you for asking that question. And I did have a communication with Rochelle, Dr. Rochelle Chavez, and we will refer your question to her, and she will get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Cienfuegos.
Hello. First, I'd like to thank you for having the meeting. This evening, we received one of the dreaded, your child had a contact with someone that came back positive with COVID. Reading what appears to be form letter saying, doesn't really explain what do you consider fully vaccinated, what do you consider unvaccinated, and also says if they're fully vaccinated, test on day 1 and day 5. When do you consider day 1 starting? None of that is really explained in the letter. It would be better if the letter was to indicate what days they should be tested. I have a high risk family, and yet I know people send their kids to school because they don't believe in COVID. Unfortunately, the facts dictate otherwise. COVID is a real thing, and as some parents have stated and students stated, maybe it's time to reactivate the distance learning for a short while till the surge levels off and can get a control of this. Because I know teachers have been out of my daughter's school, which is a high school student, and she had a chemistry teacher come into her honors class that couldn't completely explain to her and the other students the chemistry material they were covering. So obviously, we're shortchanging our kids. And I brought my kids to this district because I know you guys excel. So I would hope that we find a way to excel and move forward in an appropriate way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ed Young. Mr. Young, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hi, this is Ed Young. Thank you very much, board members, for this meeting. I just learned that there are more than 37,000 new cases today in LA County, and that's a new record, and it's still climbing. So we can't just sit back and do nothing. I think the question is, what should we do and what can we do, right? I do believe that everybody wants to do the right thing, and I do believe that something should be done. So, I appreciate the staff presentation, but it is a bit confusing because it really is a mixture of what we have been doing versus what we are doing differently recently due to the surge. So it seems that we're not doing too much new. In that light, please,
We lost you, sir. Are you still there?
have that. If you don't, feel free to let me know. I can provide it to you. But I want to make two fundamental points. I don't want to repeat what's on the list, but two fundamental points. Number one, you hear a lot of people talking about closing schools. We're not talking about closing schools necessarily, right? So for some, but maybe not all of the suggested safety measures, we're not necessarily talking about permanent or long-term implementation. We're just talking about a short-term modified behavior in response to the recent surge, right? And if we can increase safety and protect our kids with just several weeks of inconvenience, I think it is definitely worthwhile. Point number two, so this district tends to look at neighboring districts for what is the best practice. Now, that may be a good start, but why stop there? Why not look at the best practice across the country? We can look at New York, San Francisco, Chicago, or not. So why is our standard set by neighboring districts? We are one of the best districts in the nation. They're not. So let's not follow. Let's be more proactive, be innovative, right? Also, don't just follow state and county guidelines. That's the bare minimum. We can do more. We can do better. So it's easy to hide behind other people's decisions so you don't get blamed. Especially, I understand we have different views from different parents, But I'm willing to bet that the majority of the parents would like to see more safety measures during this significant surge. So please be innovative and do more than what's legally required. Okay, just again, 2 points. It's only short term. Keep that in mind. And we can do this. We can tough this out. And number 2, please don't just follow. Let's do more. Let's do better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Karina Saucedo. Karina Saucedo, please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, I just wanted to thank the board and everyone that is in attendance for this special meeting. I want to thank all of the parents that are calling in and with their concerns. So I'm a mom of 2 kids that are in ABC. They're actually in independent studies, so I'm affected a little bit differently than the parents right now that are facing the difficult decision of sending their kids in right this second, right? So my kids are under 12, so they were just able to have their first vaccine and are scheduled to have their second one in a few weeks. We were very excited about that, and I was looking at the prospect of possibly sending them back to in person, right? We were all really looking forward to that. Unfortunately, at this point, if you do the math, I'm just an extra cautious person. I'm a nurse of over 20 years at this point. I believe in science, and that plus common sense tells me we're probably not going to be able to send them back to school this year at all. Numbers are saying that even if everyone that is going to get infected gets infected in the next 6 to 8 weeks, then at that point, that's when we're going to see a little bit more quote unquote normalcy, what we're considering normalcy at this point, right? But sorry, to stay on topic, I just wanted to comment. It's really echoing what a lot of the parents are saying. I think what Mr. Carrot stated, I can't speak quite as eloquently as he can, but I do agree with a lot of what he said. And I just really want to encourage the board to please, see these issues and try to tackle them from a proactive side rather than a reactive side, right? And that might seem next to impossible at this point because we're just in the thick of what seems to be this never-ending pandemic. But, science is telling us otherwise, and hopefully at some point soon, we'll just be able to go back to something a little bit more normal and not quite so worrisome in regards to our children, their schooling, and all of that sort of thing. So, I understand that I guess at this point it's difficult for someone that just decided, on Sunday or on Monday that they need to procure N95 masks and that they need to procure tests. They're nearly impossible to get. I have friends that are not being able to return back to work because their work is telling them they need COVID tests, and there are down the street from me, it's like a 5-hour long line to get a COVID test, right? So I understand that at this point, if we say, hey, board members, we need some tests, we need some masks, of course you're going to say, well, the people we're supposed to get them from told us we were going to have them on Monday. Then they told us we were going to have them on Tuesday. But right next door to what we usually say we look to, we say we usually mirror what LAUSD does. They, this time, acted proactively, right? They saw this coming. They have been testing. They ordered the tests. They ordered the masks. So their masks and their tests were there on Monday. Their masks and their tests were there on Tuesday. And we're all kind of left here like shrugging like, well, they're holding all those masks and tests hostage, sorry. But there's very educated medical professional people amongst you guys people that I know are passionate about education and our children, and I really thank you for that. But just try to come from somewhere a little bit more proactively, because I would love nothing more than to send my kids back, right? I bring them out of district into ABC because I think you guys are, or the district as a whole, I think it's amazing. And I thank you for that. I do want to shed a little bit of light from the other side to the parents that want to put their kids in temporarily to independent studies. It's tough. I mean, I have little kids. I have a first grader. So if you do the math, he's only gone to in-person school like 4 months out of his life. And it's pretty frustrating. There's nothing that you can do about that, of course. My family has
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Immunocompromised people. So that's just a tough choice that we have to make. But I think with some proactive thinking from the board, give some support to the teachers. We'd love to send our kids back. Lastly, I do want to throw out there, as far as some parents asking about speech therapy and all of this, how is that going to be done if they go virtual? I have to tell you, there's a lot lacking. My kids are in ELD. There's no ELD. They're supposed to be. But the teachers are so swamped, they're so behind. They've had 30 students, and then they've moved them to a different class, and then they've made that class be split into 2 grades. So it's just kind of, it's pretty crazy. But the support isn't really there. I have to be frank with you guys. But anyhow, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for hearing me out, and have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leah Nass. Leah?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you to the board and the superintendent for taking the time to hear parent concerns during this surge. Today, as Ed mentioned, LA County reports 37,000 new cases in an all-time record-breaking count. The previous record was 27,000 only a week ago. With epidemiologists at Massachusetts General projecting Omicron exponentially grows by a factor of 2 every 5 days. That means that by this weekend, while we started with 10 cases on Monday, we may have 100 cases in the district. By next week, we could be in the thousands in the district if left unchecked. You might look at the ABC COVID dashboard and say, we only have 38 cases today. But one of the major concerns I'd like to bring up is accurate reporting. Parents are saying that they're getting COVID case on campus notices that haven't been added to the dashboard at all. Some campuses with multiple reports going to parents showing only 1 case. Accurate reporting is extremely important at this time for transparency and quite honestly, confidence for the parents to return their kids to school. Testing, masks, and addition to vaccinations have been reiterated over and over by public health departments as our only defenses against the impact of this virus on our students and staff. The district needs to distribute the rapid test and enroll in the California Department of Education testing program to make regular testing sites available and recommended for all students returning on Monday. Surgical masks with metal nose pieces for good fit or KN95 masks or KF94 masks should be required for students and staff, with cloth masks no longer meeting the masking requirement. To serve those families who want to continue in person but stay safe until COVID testing is administered by utilizing independent study, which was recommended by board members, independent study limits must be removed during this waiting period to accommodate illness and quarantine beyond the current 2-week limit. As we return to campus, lunch facilities and rainy day protocols should be changed to allow students to eat outside if they wish under appropriate shelter, while leaving social distance space inside the classroom for the students who opt to eat indoors. This is an unmasked situation, both indoors and outdoors when they're eating, which we know requires distance, and they don't have it in the classrooms. Pictures of crowded lunch areas at an ABC high school circulated online today, showing distancing supervision is needed during lunch, as well as floor markers to ensure students are not crowding. Other suggestions parents have made include increased nurse coverage, as some schools do not have a nurse at all, and an anonymous tip line for staff and students to call if there are violations of COVID protocols on campuses. Please consider and take action to address parent concerns and get kids back in person once those things are addressed. Thank you for your time and efforts and service to the community.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle. Actually, Michelle, it's not letting me put you up because you have an older version of Zoom. Let me go to the next speaker. That is Maritza Trejo. Go ahead. Maritza?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on a few things. I am a parent of a student. I have a third grader and a TK. And I just want to say in regards to the numbers of COVID, I was looking at the dashboard as well, and it said that the school that my kids attend only had 1 case of COVID. And in my TK's child class alone, there was 3. And this is from July until now. That's one thing I wanted to comment on. And then another thing is just, I know there's been a lot of people that have said that it's a hoax and it's fake. And I want to tell you that I work at the front line. I work for Kaiser Permanente, and I am a physician scheduler. We have about 30 physicians out, and they're just dropping like flies. In my department, we take care of urgent care. There's 4 of us, 3 of them are out. I'm by myself. I've been working 10 hours every day. There's been days that I haven't seen my children because I have to work in the front line and, take care of everything that has to be done. And I just want to tell you guys to consider it, to let them be virtual. And we're not asking forever. We're not asking for the rest of the year, just maybe 2 months until this goes down or until this gets better. We have the ability to do it. You guys have all the Chromebooks and you guys can make it happen. Why not make it happen? For the safety of our kids, because they are getting COVID. A lot of the kids at the hospital now are in there because of COVID. It's just so many factors, and you guys can do it. You guys can make the change. Why not do it? Maybe for 2 months. Just help us out as parents. You guys are the ones that have the last call, and we can't do anything about it. We can just sit here and speak to you guys and tell you guys what we feel. But at the end of the day, you guys are the ones that have the decision, and we just beg you and please to just take it in consideration. 2 months, I don't know, until this boils down. It's crazy, and I just want to say thank you guys as well for joining and for extending it. I know it's late. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Alyssa L.
Hi, board members. Thank you for your time. Thank you for extending. I do agree with the last speaker, and I want to applaud the Whitney senior who spoke on the behalf of her classmates, which was very courageous of her. At this point, my question is, when and what is the number, what is the limit that will make you guys as the board say, we are going virtual and we are going to do this for the safety of the school body, for the students and the staff? It's not just the students that are scared, but it is also the faculty who you also are putting into danger. What I'm asking is, if we're not going to go virtual anytime soon, then let's consider testing all the attendees that are in person at school. The positive numbers are growing, and the newest variant is extremely contagious. I do work in the ICU as a nurse, and I have seen families lose loved ones. I do not want any of the students in ABC Unified to have to go home and learn that their parent has passed away from COVID, or another parent having to lose their child because we did not act on it sooner, or the board did not do anything because Governor Newsom or the state didn't fund us for virtual schooling. There is no takebacks, there's no rewinds, there's only us being prepared, safe, and diligent. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is just labeled V. If you could state your name and go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm Vaishali Gaur. I'm a mother of a high schooler in Whitney. So before I start, I just want to, I was really moved by the mom who spoke, the penultimate speaker before we went on break. There was a lot of pain in those pauses, so a lot of strength to you, ma'am. And also to the senior from Whitney who spoke about what their students feel. It was a complete bullseye point. All right, coming to this, thank you for this opportunity. We really needed this, somebody to hear us. I think most of the points have been stated, but there is one thing, this is not just about me, my family, or my child. This is about community as all. Maybe if my child gets exposed, there is a probability he may come out of it with a lesser damage, right? But he has friends, he has family, he has a lot of folks around, and we are really concerned. It's not just about us as a family, it's about the whole community. So when I look at that, I personally am a strong person. I don't give in to situations, but this time it's really scary. We have been hearing how the lunch lines are crowded, how there is, even if there are more than 5 people in the family, you cannot control them. Imagine the whole school, right? The teachers, the staff, everybody are really working hard. Hats off to them. You guys have so many practices in place and so many procedures and policies, but we all know when it comes to actual ground implementation, it doesn't work to the T, right? So today, when we are talking here, I really want to emphasize that we definitely need a temporary virtual school, to be brought in. We have to stop sending our children to school with holidays, so much of exposure. The numbers are going to rise, and it's really very scary. And coming to that, so yes, definitely online schooling is required. Keep it short term and be flexible. Don't want to set anything in stone, but I think with this board, we have always hoped to have a very proactive approach, not when parents come saying, hey, we are scared, please listen to us, but something much in advance, right? So something proactively put in place, something flexible that if situations don't change, today it's Omicron, tomorrow it's Florona, God knows this is something not in our controls, right? So just be flexible, keep changing your plans or procedures as needed, not just as what is stated by the state laws or anything like that. For anything, I would say go online. When we come back, please get everybody tested, right? My son, he is into band and athletics. He gets tested every week. So at least I get that assurance. But I do get those calls saying that your son is exposed and then they don't happen to be true. But imagine even for the temporary moment, we are so much worried. So imagine for the parents whose child is not even into any of these band or athletics and they don't get their child tested every week. Imagine what they must be going through, right? So get them tested, give them N95 masks, when they come back. That's something we really expect. Not everybody can afford it. Not everybody, even if they can afford it, sometimes it just gets missed, right? And then have some more distribution points within the school so that the lunch lines are shorter, because that's the time when they huddle together. Literally, what if they wear masks but they're standing shoulder to shoulder? Doesn't make sense, right? So those are some of the things. And, any day, and I can speak on behalf of any parent, we would prioritize safeguarding our children from declining breaths rather than from their declining scores or scholastics. So that's all. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gurpreet.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the emergency meeting. Thank you to all the speakers, including a very courageous student from Whitney who spoke on behalf of many students. I'm a dad for a kindergartner in Stowers. We didn't travel or meet anyone during the holidays due to the surge in cases and didn't have any sick kids. However, we decided to keep our daughter home for her safety and the safety of our other younger kid who cannot be vaccinated. Thank you to the teachers, the principal of Stowers for the understanding and expressing support to this decision and working hard and fast to prepare packages to ensure my daughter doesn't fall behind. So thank you to Pamela Miller and Ms. Lopez. Omicron is a very contagious infection, as we are seeing. And although, and emergencies are, of course, getting full, it is debatable, but it is still said that, it's not as deadly as Delta. I would say the world has been very lucky with Omicron. But it may not be for long as more mutations are happening. There's already a word out of France that, there's some new mutations happening, and, the next infection could be the deadliest we've had so far. Again, nothing political, but our government was unprepared for what Omicron brought to us. I don't blame you guys either in that case, but we have the opportunity to be better. Now, my question is around the masks. I have not heard the board on any provisions related to the N95 mask. And before anything worse comes up, we should be prepared. When my kid goes to school, I want you to ensure that my kid is safe around everyone else, and everyone else is safe around my kid. We absolutely cannot expect every family to be able to afford the mask that truly hold the infection. N95 masks are getting very expensive. A search on Amazon is costing $2 every mask right now. So I would like to request the board to, give more thought to this. And, instead of focusing on testing, yes, you focus on testing, but please, let's look after prevention. Give the mask when my kids go to school. Give everybody the mask. In terms of social justice, I think we should give the mask out to every family, irrespective of who can afford, who cannot afford. So I would like to hear from the board members. I know Vaishali discussed the same point about the mask. I would like to hear more from the board members about doing something about giving N95 masks to all the kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, how many do we have?
Right now, another hand just went up, so 13.
We have 13 more?
We have 13 currently. So the hands have been going up.
Okay. Okay, so would the board agree with me to keep this public comments limited to an hour from now, which would cap at 8:45? Can I have a consensus? 8:45? Okay, is that fair?
This is an important issue, yes, Madam President.
Okay, 8:45. Okay, we'll go for another hour. Thank you very much.
Okay. The next speaker is Marcela Juarez.
Yes, hello, board members, Superintendent. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm actually at my bed, very ill at this moment, and I'm an adult education teacher. And you were talking about good attendance and how it's about attendance and not enrollment. I have better enrollment with students online with Google Classroom, to be honest. Sometimes I'm in the classroom by myself teaching the adult students, and a lot of them are afraid to come back in person, regardless of the masks that we have and the sanitizers and the filters, air filters. And now I can't come back to work until I provide a negative COVID test. I've been very sick at my own expense. I've exhausted my illness pay. And I think at some point, my concern is this is the second time I'm in this position since I started in-person teaching. I have a 1-year-old son at home that I can't see. I cannot leave my room at this point. And some parents, I know most of them are talking about the K through 12 not wanting them to be virtual. I completely understand that. On my end, it's adults we're talking about. They're very knowledgeable with technology. I have way better attendance when they're at home. So I would really suggest that going virtual for some time for these adult students is also a wonderful idea, since we are all adults there. Most of them travel, and I've had so many sick. I get these emails all the time. You've been in contact with someone, and now here I am in bed with a fever, not feeling so well, and not being able to teach my students. And I cannot rest knowing my classes are being canceled and there's no substitute teachers for these students. And they're becoming affected just like I am. So I can't even rest at home, just knowing that their learning is being interrupted. So if they had the chance to just stay virtual at some point, instead of me having to wait for a second test with no illness hours that I can even use, I can't even come back. And I have to keep emailing them from my bed saying, don't be discouraged. Here's some activities. Here are some resources for you. Please stay put. I know I'm ill, but I'll be back. But I can't come back until I have access to testing, access to, I had to wait a few days just to find a site that can test me for COVID. And I have to wait for those results, and then I have to test again. There's no testing until February in a lot of the places. And I just feel very concerned, not just for me and my family, but for the loss of learning that these students are experiencing because I can't be there in person and there's no subs. So my concern is just, and it's just a suggestion, that going virtual would give me I can report much better attendance than going in person now after the whole winter break. When a lot of my students told me I traveled out of the country, and that scares me because I'm not traveling to keep my son safe. He's only 1 year old. My husband's a teacher and he's able to teach online. He's been teaching online for 2 years and very successful attendance. And I don't want to sit here in my bed sick. I would rather go to work, and I'm not getting paid for any of this time off. So I am representing all of our adult education teachers who are in the same position. When we're sick, we're not paid, and it's affecting us emotionally, financially, and not to mention our students who really matter here. That's all I wanted to just share with you. And I'm hoping I can come back to work next week. If not, we're losing these students. I don't have a substitute teacher. So please consider that. And maybe find a way for us teachers also to get some kind of relief pay also, because I'm going to go almost 2 weeks
You have 1
without
minute.
And I thank you for your time, and that's all I wanted to say and suggest. And I thank you for your hard work, because I know you are working very hard to keep the school safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Malabiki.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my husband is a high school teacher in Garden Grove School District. With all of the COVID we dealt with all of the past years of having, like other parents have said that are teacher parents, we've had 4 kids doing online school while my husband taught high school math. The teachers could hear my husband teaching math in there and kind of laughed it off the whole year. This year he did go back because he had no other option with OC. We opted to keep our kids in independent. We were one of the ones fighting to get the better independent studies option for our kids, so they got a teacher to teach them, which after all of that ended up being a bomb for my first grader. She had an awesome teacher that last year taught her kindergarten like in person would have been. She had an actual active teacher that knew what she was doing, taught them curriculum from the book. They did not lose anything. At least it felt like it for her class. This year, I had to fight independent studies to get her out of that class because the teacher did not use her textbooks that they had us waiting, delaying a bunch of stuff to make sure everybody got the books. When they finally did start using stuff, it was a mess because the teacher was I'm sorry if this is something that against what we're supposed to be doing, but she had no clue where anything was. She give assignments and she didn't know where the assignment she assigned them was located. And I had to step up as a parent that had 1 year with my daughter of helping her to help assist all of the class to find out where that material was, because the teacher did not do it. After 2 months, we finally got her in a combo class so that she can get somewhat of a normal thing. All because I have a kid that was not able to be vaccinated. So I could not have my high schooler, my middle schooler going back and potentially bringing something back that she would have possibly issues because she's had seizures. And I couldn't take chances of her getting a fever and causing her to spike one of those seizures. After all of this, we've dealt with, finally she is able to get vaccinated. And we just got on Tuesday her second vaccine. And we had planned all over Christmas break for her to send them back. And then this surge happened. Very disappointing that the school district did not prepare that they might need testing. They might need to put some different efforts to prepare for that. It's a holiday. Everybody knows when they come back from holidays, all of these people are going out. They're not thinking of that. There is so many people posting on social media about trips. And the district should have known and should have prepared well before Christmas break for this. To have those testing, mandatory testing for everybody, just to be safe, regardless of vaccine. That is LA County, LA Unified was doing it far before this, just like other people
You
have
have
said.
1 minute.
That's fine. Also, as somebody said about I'm sorry, I'm just a little flustered here. My sister has a kid at one of the schools that is not the one that my kid goes to. Her kid just got told that they were exposed to COVID. He is not vaccinated, which means he has to be quarantined now for 5 days. His siblings that go to the same school can go to school, which seems absurd. They sleep in the same room and the office told them they can go to school. That is ridiculous. Also, what about the whole 5 days they're quarantined for 5 days. When they come back, they're supposed to wear a mask.
Your time is
for
up.
5
I'm
days.
sorry.
Can you just let me finish this? This is a point that has not been made, and I need to make sure that we actually cover this so you hear it, because nobody has talked about this. It's 2 seconds.
Please go.
Okay. After the 5 days they're quarantined, 5 days they have to have a mask on. We've already been clear on that, inside and outside. Now, what about at lunchtime? Is there somebody observing the kids that are supposed to come back for their 5-day quarantine, and they are going to be eating lunch around other kids right next to them without mask on? Is there a set area for them? Because they are not supposed to have a mask off around any other kids. That is something that has not been discussed. And that is something that is per the rules that were stated for the 5-day quarantine being
All right.
changed from the 10.
Thank you. I think you've made your point. Thank you. The next speaker is Jolie Velasquez. Oh, it says you need to upgrade your Zoom to be able to speak, Jolie. So I will go to the next one, who is Angelica Kington.
Hi, my name is Angelica Kington, and I'm calling because I have two children that attend the ABCUSD district, and as a parent, I am very concerned for their safety. I want to make a statement first. I'd like to say thank you to the board, thank you to Ms. Mitchell, and to the outstanding student of Whitney High School. My statement is going to be called to 3 steps because I think that this is the main 3 things that we parents, from what I'm hearing, are our frustrations. Number 1, COVID is real and it does exist. 2, we want options of a temporary academy, online academy, without the threat to be unable to finish in person. We want a temporary option for now while this COVID surge declines, because our children's life is at risk. Number 3, our children's and our teachers' lives matter. One life is too many. Knowledge is power, and do better. The problem here is that we are 3 steps behind. One being not having the resources of the COVID rapid test. So if I'm a mother and I can have rapid COVID test before you guys because I planned ahead of time, that means that you guys are far too many steps behind. And this cannot be happening because our children's lives are at danger and our staff, and I hear their frustration, and you guys need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kaden Nguyen. Well, it says you have an older version of Zoom that's not compatible, Kate. Cindy Zhang is the next speaker. Go ahead, Cindy. Cindy, go ahead. We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, it took me a while to unmute. Thank you, board members, for extending the meeting to hear from us. I am a parent of 2 children who are in ABC Unified, one attending Carmenita Middle and one going to Whitney High. The administrations and staff and teachers, principals at both schools have been great in providing a safe environment for them. Unfortunately, cases are surging. Both of them are fully vaccinated and they're back in person. But I received a letter this week indicating that my daughter had close contact with someone who was tested positive. Well, I'm sure you read news about breakthroughs, meaning that even for people who are fully vaccinated, even with booster shots, they can be infected. My daughter, she used to tell me that it's really saving her school and she's really proud to be learning in person. But recently she told me that a lot of students were absent and sick kids go to school with class masks on. Students are coughing around her, and even when a teacher asked the other student whether he's sick or not, and he said he was not sick, but he was coughing really bad. She doesn't feel safe at school at all. She told me that she decided not to eat at the lunchtime because there were no distancing. There were no social distancing. When I asked her if it's okay for me to put her out of school, and she doesn't want me to do that because she's afraid of not being able to learn. Our whole family is very concerned about sending them to school, but we also hate to not letting them to go. I'm asking that please you consider like a more flexible option for them so that they can learn virtually we had the experience of learning from home, even though that was not perfect, but at least we don't have to pay for the price of, hurting their health and the health of the teachers and staff and community members. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Jolie Velasquez updated her Zoom. Go ahead, Jolie.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening to all. As someone who has a family member who works for the Department of Public Health, I would like to remind everyone that there is enough kids becoming COVID positive, including, but not limited, to students within the ABC school district. There are even kids hospitalized. There are many in our community that have raised concern over positive cases that are not being reported and close contacts not being informed accordingly. It seems that only the parents of those students who didn't do well in the hybrid platform are being considered as schools continue to mandate in-person attendance. I would like to be one of the few students to stand up and implore that you consider the rest of us. As a student within the ABC school district, I strongly encourage the board to enforce social distancing into classrooms. I, for one, did incredibly well on the hybrid system and do not understand why my health is being put at risk at a time when cases continue to climb at a record pace, increasing the possibility for further hospitalizations. Thank you for your time. God bless you all.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Michelle Rodriguez. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Michelle Rodriguez. I'm an 8th grader at Ross Middle School. I do have a fear of COVID. I have lost family members to it and currently have family members who have been exposed to COVID and do have it. And even though I do have the fear of it, I still do wish for schools to be open. But hearing all these other people talking about how they want the hybrid, like I feel like you guys should open online and still have in person for those who still want to go. When COVID happened, I was in 6th grade. So at the end of 6th grade, I went to online. I couldn't have the promotion that all my friends, me and my friends were looking forward to. I went from 6th grade to 8th grade. That was the biggest change for me. Changing in the locker rooms, having different periods. That was a big change. And during online, I was struggling. My mental health wasn't that good. And I couldn't ask help from the teachers. But now, since we went in person, I felt like my mental health has improved a lot because I was able to interact with more people. I was able to have fun with my friends again. I was able to make new ones. And I don't want to be sent back to online and not be able to enjoy that anymore. Right now, big looking forward to me is graduation from middle school. I couldn't get that in 6th grade. So I was really looking forward to having it in 8th grade. But due to these surges, it seems like it's probably not going to happen because online learning looks like it's going to come back. And although it is a safe way, I don't want that. And maybe it's just for more for safetyness. Like maybe getting the pixie glasses back. Like although the pixie glasses were a bit of a struggle in person, those were helping a bit more to keep us all safe. They removed that, and then it looked like a bit of the cases went up. Because after they removed it, suddenly there was a COVID case. And yeah, like keeping masks on inside and outside. At my school, at Ross Middle School, when people were outside, people were just taking off their masks left and right, and they were in big groups. So I just enforcing that to keep them on inside and outside, because I've been in my classes and there'll be students who just take it off, and sometimes the teachers just won't say anything. Like they'll take them off to tell them to put them on, but then after the first time they just won't say anything after that. So I don't want to leave 8th grade without that full experience, and then be leaving 8th grade after only a few months, and then suddenly gets into high school that's also gonna be a huge change for me. And I just don't want that. And I also just don't want to go without having that feeling of graduation, having that feeling that my parents are gonna be proud of me. And yeah, and to other parents who are saying like they're struggling with the kids, like I know my parents fear for me and my siblings. We can't go to school right now since my little cousin has COVID. He came for New Year's Eve, and then suddenly they told us that he had a positive case. He was positive, so now I missed an entire week. I have some work that I'm emailing my teachers, but they're not responding. So now I don't even know if I'm doing the work correctly. Because I have also emailed a few friends, they don't reply. Most people don't really check their emails, and my teachers aren't checking their emails. So now that's going to worry me for my grades, because how can I also do assignments if they're not going to send them to me? And they're not going to tell me on how to do it. They're not explaining it to me. So yeah, I still want the schools to stay open, but also if there are people who want to go to online learning, we should open that up for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christy Gravitt.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'll just quickly go through my thoughts and then let the next speaker go. First of all, again, I'm Christy Gravitt. I'm a product of ABC Unified from kindergarten through 12th grade. I graduated from GAR. I'm a parent of a 5th grader in our district, and I've also been a teacher in this district for 25 years. I also coach high school soccer. I understand that the Omicron variant is contagious, but it is basically just a cold. It is a virus, yes, but it is just like a cold. Statistically, kids and adults are recovering from the Omicron in a few days or less. The original variant is still out there, but from what I'm hearing from doctors and my own research that I do a lot of reading on, the more people that get the Omicron variant will build up immunity to fight the previous variants. Don't get me wrong, I do not want people to get sick. I'm not wishing anyone to get COVID, but Omicron is basically a contagious cold virus. I want my child at school. Her mental health is more important to me than a cold virus. Why is no one talking about the suicide rate of young people from being out of school, the depression rate? Our administrators in our district and our counselors, our teachers, our principals, our social workers, our wellness coordinators, all of the staff at the school are they're working tirelessly to get so many kids back to a good state. Kids suffered mentally, emotionally, physically, and academically from being virtual. If parents are more comfortable with their kids at home, then do the independent study that the district is already offering. My school and my principal are doing all the right things to keep everyone as safe as possible. But please, I am asking sincerely, please do not penalize the ABC kids who want to be in person. Again, I am a teacher, 25 years in this district, and I am willing to be at school every day knowing that I could catch COVID, but my students need me, so I'm going to be there every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janina.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say that campuses should improve enforcement of mask and social distancing requirement, as many students have reported to their parents. The students are not wearing their masks properly in class and are not being corrected. For instance, there are more than 5 kids at my son's class where they have their masks under their noses and the teacher is not doing anything about it. Also, cloth masks should no longer meet campus requirements. If the district couldn't provide compliant masks for everyone, at the minimum, please provide them for low-income families. Also, I would like to reiterate bringing back the hybrid option. I know some parents want to continue in-person learning and some prefer to do virtual, and the hybrid option is the perfect temporary solution right now until this surge goes down. We are not looking into switching to online independent study. We are just asking for an online option at the time being. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elaine Shim. Go ahead.
Hi, so I'm currently a sophomore at Whitney High School, and I personally believe that while this Omicron can be considered like a cold and it can be considered something that won't disable the entire school district, I still believe that we should have an online option. Because while it's not as serious as the other types of COVID that we've already had, there are people who are immunocompromised in our schools all over the district. And at our school, I personally feel unsafe going to school because at lunch, there are no masks. Like, people are taking off their masks to eat, and some people just don't feel like it's safe to take off their masks as of now because there is no good form of social distancing outside. There is also a lot of students that are currently absent from school, and our teachers are, while they're pretty good with keeping up, like allowing us to keep up, it's still not good enough for us because a lot of us can't turn in assignments and it is causing our grades to go down. And I personally believe that there should be an online option for those of us who are getting sick because it's not accessible for all of us, especially those people who don't have access to technology and can't contact their teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Casp. If you could please state your name and go ahead and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sherwin Casby. I have attended before one of these prior to this one that we requested to have more time on an independent online study. I felt like my son did not do well to it. It felt like what was being taught at school was not the same as the online. It was my son got more pressured. It felt like it was a setup so he can go back to school. Well, I thank you for all the teachers that giving their time and their dedication to all the kids. Everybody's saying the same thing about the virus or whatnot. The virus, you can consider it as a cold for yourself, but, colds doesn't take you to the hospital and being an ICU. So, we have asked before for a better, to have a hybrid, but then again, I don't know, at some point that didn't go well. From the previous meeting that I attended, we did explain the same way. People are dying, getting sick, and not much changed. So I just hope the board could make their own decision to having not to wait for the maximum amount of the virus to be out there, spreading rapidly, infecting children, adults, and everyone. I hope you guys are not waiting for all the teachers to be out of work and students is the only thing left in school. My son has already been back to school. First day. The next day, we got a message. There's an exposure at school, but your son is not in it. Second day, we got another text. 2 students tested positive, but your son is not in it. So we asked the school and asked them to, can we please put back the, what do you call that? The thing on their desk. So they said, we don't have control over that now unless the Unified have told us so. The school is pretty sad to think of the principal doesn't have control over their own school if they can think of their own safety for the students and the staff. I went to my son's break for 10 o'clock. And everybody's mingling. No mask. And I'm like, okay, the virus is still around. But it seems like none of these people care. I mean, what are you guys waiting for? What is it that needs to be done for the students and the staff to be in a safer place so they can continue their education how it's being taught in school? After 2 weeks, when my son was in the independent study, he was so pressured. I felt bad for my son and said like, okay, I'm gonna send you back to school. Because his homework was endlessly working on it until
You have 1
12
minute.
midnight. Thank you. He was working on it until 12 midnight. And I wake up again a little early. He gets more homework. When he went back to school, he did okay. He was working on his homework less than an hour. But then again, what I'm saying is, if you're going to have an in-person and an online, I hope it can be the same. Not just because it's not independent study, it's an online. Having a teacher doesn't know what they're doing, you just dump a bunch of homework until 12 midnight. It's sad. The education should be fair and the same. What is being taught at school should be the same as online. That's all for me, and I hope you guys can make your decision more further before the virus gets bigger, or some counties or states is already starting to think of them trying to go virtual. We have done it before. I know you guys can do it.
Your time is up, sir.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and hopefully you guys can have a better decision over before it gets harder. Thank you
sir.
guys.
The next speaker is Tanisha McDaniel.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I want to say thank you guys, everybody that's there. But I do think that we need to offer virtual, hybrid, for the people who want their kids to go to school, they go to school. The people who don't want their kids at school, their kids are not at school. I don't understand how come LAUSD has been able to do weekly testing. This whole time they've been doing weekly testing for those students. They get it sent to their email. I don't understand why we haven't been doing that. We've been sending the kids to school this whole time with no type of testing. They're not wearing masks, some are, some aren't, and it's just not getting us anywhere doing this. And the people who feel it's just a common cold or it's a cold, well, that's one heck of a cold for people that are dying. So at this point, it's like, what are you guys going to do to make a change? The contact tracing. We get texts constantly. Somebody has COVID, it's not your child. Somebody has COVID, it's not your child. But how do you know it's not my child? Is somebody watching those kids at lunch to say it's not my child? There's no one out there. Are you guys really contact tracing? Are you really paying attention? Because I doubt a whole classroom is missing from school. One kid in that class comes up COVID, he was at school. I would hope that majority of those kids are quarantining. That teacher's quarantining. They've been to 6 other classes after that. So to me, it just seems too relaxed and nothing is being done. The letter is very, very vague and it's just telling us COVID, COVID, COVID. So yeah, you have parents who are scared, who are worried. And at this point, yeah, everyone could be vaccinated, but being vaccinated still is not preventing the spread of COVID. So at this point, we either need to offer other solutions. You have the parents who don't care and they want their kids to go to school, so offer that solution. And the parents who have an issue, offer that solution. Like, for example, my child goes to Carmenita. He went to school Monday. He was out of school. He just went back today. The 2 days he was out of school, he couldn't even get some of his assignments. So everything that was online on Google Classroom, I made him do. Everything else that was in the class, he couldn't do. So then when he returns to school, it's like you have all that work plus whatever other work trying to catch up because you're out. So if you're having kids quarantine for 5 days, then they need to be able to access it like we had last year, where they could see the video, they could see the teacher. They're getting the same worksheets as the people who are in class, because you're going to run into the issue of kids getting behind if you don't have it. So that's pretty much really all I wanted to say, was that I just think we just need to do a better job. If you're going to keep them at school, then you should have weekly testing, and it should be mandatory. And just like one of the previous people said, it's no cost. So it's really not making sense why we're not doing it if it's not costing the district anything. Just require it and then have everybody at school, and at least parents could feel a little bit more safe. So that's all I had to say. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is just titled Parent. If you could state your name, please. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Crystal. I'm a parent of 3 children in your school district. One is a child at Tesla Middle School, and 2 are at Elliott Elementary. My youngest is also, he has an IEP for speech, and I believe what you guys are doing to these children is straight up child abuse. These masks are not doing anything for the kids. The cloth masks are proven not to work. The surgical masks that they wearing offer 11% of protection. There is no reason for a kid to be in a mask. Even according to the CDC website, some children that will get COVID, the ones that are most at risk for severe symptoms are the ones that have underlying medical conditions, not healthy children, which most of our children are. I want to state that none of us are sitting here saying that COVID is fake. We all know COVID is real, and most of us know someone that has passed from COVID. But these children need to be in school. And I do agree that if people are scared to send their children to school, or children are afraid to go to school, then they should have the chance of hybrid learning. But please, these kids need to be face-to-face with their teachers. They need to be around their friends. Kids are committing suicide because of this. Why is that not being in consideration? I mean, mental health is real, just as real as COVID is. My next point, too, kids being in a mask all day. They are breathing in carbon monoxide, or dioxide, sorry. That is not good for their health either. So what are we going to do? You guys need to come up with something. Please, please, please implement the hybrid learning. Please let the ones that want to stay home. Please let the ones that want to go to school. Because I do not want my children to be a product of suicide. I have seen what suicide can do, and I know what depression can do. I have an outlet for my depression. My children don't. My children are also a military family. We have no family in this area whatsoever. Our family is all East Coast. So my kids rely on their friendships. They need the interactions with their friends. Not only with their friends, but with their teachers. You have to think of their mental state of mind too. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Siddhant Watwani.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I would like to shine light on the situation that we face as students, which I find is quite different from what I'm hearing most parents as well as staff and board members report. A normal day of school for many of us consists of attending a class in a cramped, temporary classroom that not only poses a fire hazard, but also is an ideal situation for the spread of COVID. Because of many construction delays, the situation many of us face simply aren't safe at Whitney currently. There is no ventilation in many classes and no enforcement of any physical distancing or precautions being taken. While we appreciate admin and staff efforts to make things work with the little resources they have, we as students can share a common view that at this point, the safest thing to do would be to simply either close school or offer students the option to choose their own situation, choose the way that they attend school on their own. During a normal day of school, a student will interact with dozens, even hundreds of people shoulder to shoulder in lunch lines and maskless outside. In the tiny halls of Whitney High School, a student will bump into people and maintain only mere inches of distance from them. A student will touch the same desks that aren't sanitized between classes and skip the hand washing that they should be doing because of the crowded bathrooms and a lack of enforcement of any COVID protocol. Not only does there stand a prominent risk in attending school currently, but there is also a problem that we have created for ourselves. I've seen many students come to school coughing or obviously sick, and many ABCUSD students choose to prioritize their education over the overall safety of the student body by coming to school because of fear of missing assignments or exams. I just wanted to give a message to the teachers to please be a little bit more lenient and understanding in these trying times so that students don't feel pressured to come to school and make others sick. I hope you understand that even with N95 masks, dividers in some classrooms, and all the safety measures that schools claim to take, at the end of the day, we are high schoolers or younger, and it's hard for us to keep our distance and not let loose on restrictions when we are with our friends. I want to show you that a lot of the practices that you think are happening are not actually being executed properly, and that despite what you think, keeping schools open in person simply doesn't seem like a wise option until the current surge settles. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mel Cortez.
Good afternoon.
Hello, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to hear me say these names: Saul, Amaury, Minerva, Vicente, Miguel. Those are my family members that are dead because of this cold. Also, Carlos and Samuel, friends, are dead because of this cold. Thank you, Mr. Nishi, for getting this together. I know that you had organized a Zoom meeting, and I think because of all the pressure you put in on other board members, this meeting happened. It should have been last week. But it's because all the parents that call you and talk to you, all of you, that pressure you. It should not take parents to pressure you to care about the kids' health. All 7 of you were elected to care about the kids, not because the parents ask you, but because you care for the kids. We all saw this coming last December, but it looks like most of you didn't see this coming. You were enjoying your Christmas vacation and your New Year. Now, there's money. You still have money. Why do teachers have to use their sick pay? Some teachers, as soon as they run out, they're going to come to class with COVID because they don't have any more sick days. Find the money to allow teachers to use COVID pay if they get COVID at school. How about the nurses? We had like 50 nurses, 13 point something for the whole district. Now, I heard that a nurse walked out today from a high school. If you don't know about it, then go check, please. Check about that nurse that walked out of high school because they cannot handle what's going on right now. And now, how many nurses are out sick? So the most important people at schools during this pandemic are the nurses. But all this school board has been ignoring the nurses for many years. It's time to stop doing that. And again, I think I brought this before, no nurses in the COVID task force, the people on the group that makes decisions regarding COVID, do not have any nurses, any health professionals in that group. What a shame. And I was hoping that our teachers union would be leading this. I haven't heard the teachers union leading this. I heard the parents and students. And I heard teachers calling, but not the teachers union. So I was late to this meeting because I was meeting with my teachers union in my district. We're actually talking about what's going to happen after January, how we're going to keep our kids healthy. So I'm disappointed about the teachers union not leading this fight for students' health. And ABC is supposed to be number one everywhere. So let's keep it like that. Let's stop being a mediocre school board. Stop doing the minimum required. You know what I tell my son and my daughter all the time when they were in school? I used to tell them, and I think most of the parents on ABC do tell this to their kids. Go above and beyond the minimum.
You have 1 minute.
All 7 of you need to go above and beyond the minimum. If you're not ready to go above the minimum, then step down and let others lead. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Liz. If you can go ahead and state your full name.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Magallon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to speak. Honestly, I have mixed emotions. I have a daughter in Melbourne, which is an elementary, and just a few months ago, we were able to get her, or, she has the ability to get her COVID vaccine. I also have children in Artesia High School, 4 to be exact. Honestly, for me, my kids had a hard time virtual learning. I do know, I just feel like we're pointing the fingers at everybody sitting there, and we do have to remember.
Oh, we lost you for a second.
As well, not only the board. We can't be here just blaming them. Honestly, I know my kids say this. They have been saying it a lot in school. On the intercom, make sure that you're wearing your mask. Make sure you're wearing your mask. But yeah, it is true. Nobody's enforcing it. I also work for the medical field. My whole family works for the medical field. And even though we are siblings, we all have a different opinion about the whole schooling. I know nothing but ABC. I went to ABC school district. Now my kids are in ABC district. I don't know about any other district out there. To me, it's the ABC. My kids do not want to go to virtual learning. I don't want them to go to virtual learning because I know how hard it was for them. My kids are more they're hands-on. They have to be hands-on to learn. I ask that everybody, including the parents, the students, the staff, we all put our part in it, and we all help so they can keep the schools open. Us as parents, talk to your kids. Make sure that you enforce them that they need to be wearing their masks. They need to, stay, distance. But, we can't just sit here and just be blaming, on other people when we also have to. We can't just throw our kids to the school district and expect them to raise our kids. Us as parents have to do our part as well. And I do know this, as far as my kids at the beginning of the school year, they did give us an option to keep them virtual or have them go back to school. My kids all decided to go back to school. I gave them the option. Yes, I'm scared. I work for the medical field and I know how it's going. And another thing, just to let you guys know, give you guys a little insight. If you were exposed to COVID, they are not letting you test for COVID. If you were exposed, they are asking you to wait 5 days to see if you have any symptoms. Why? Because there is no test. We're running out of tests. They can't produce enough tests. There's millions and billions of people in the whole world. You know, they can't provide, tests for every single one. It scares me because, now it's like if you want to go get tested because you were exposed, you're not going to be able to do that. So again, let's stop pointing.
Oh, you muted yourself.
Sorry. If you want them to go to school, have them go to school. It's your choice, your kids' choice. Sit down in your kitchen table, talk to your kids and tell them this is what's going on. You want to continue to go to school, you need to make sure you stay distant. You need to make sure you keep your mask on. We as parents need to be doing our parenting as well. We can't just let our teachers and their staff do all the work. It's a group thing. We have to do this together. We can't hold hands on it because of COVID, but we can sure do our part to keep our schools safe and to keep our kids in school. That's my opinion, and I apologize for, everybody that's pointing fingers. It's all of our work. We all need to do our part. Parents, staff, students, everybody. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Emily Chin Darnell.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members. My name is Emily Chen Darnell. I am also a product of the ABC schools. I went to Whitman Elementary School and Whitney High School, along with my 3 other siblings who also attended the same schools. I want to actually really thank and applaud those people who have spoken up tonight about some of their criticisms and also some of the needs that they see for the children in this district. I also have children that attend Whitman Elementary School, and I definitely see that and agree with many of them that there has to be testing at our school sites. I personally, along with my husband, waited in very long lines last week and this week for testing, and do see that we do have a great need for those home kits for the parents. And also, I agree with a lot of parents about the need for the surgical masks to be purchased by this district. I see no reason why those masks cannot be bought with the money that we have received from the millions of dollars that actually we've received, right, from the CARES Act money that's should be used in the 2 years allotted for expenditure. Recently, even the Whitney High School Foundation had received quite huge donations from local businesses. And if the district has to do that as well, to receive those masks and hand sanitizers, I think it would behoove them to do that. In our stockpile, we have about 60 plus sanitizers and 2,400 masks alone, of which I'm happy to distribute to the school community since there's such a great need for those items, as expressed by the parents tonight. And, I've heard so many of the teachers speak, and I really do thank them. The teachers, the staff, administrators, in our school community and at my children's school, who have taken care of the students very well since the opening of the schools. And I do believe strongly that it is safe to return our kids to the schools, and that the administrators and the staff have put in place safety protocols to ensure their safety enough that makes me believe that it's safe for my own kids to return back for the whole term. So I do thank those students that did speak up, who feel that perhaps it's not as safe, but I'm sure the administrators will work out a way to ensure that safety for the kids. So I also, another issue that I did hear tonight was the need for mental health professionals, and recently we did have an exodus of mental health people who left this district. So since there's been a dire need for mental health professionals, I would request that the board look into hiring more mental health professionals as well. So I thank you again tonight for holding this emergency meeting, and I think that the parents have expressed strongly their specific needs, and I, as a parent, strongly express that it is safe for the children to be at school, and the district and the staff members have ensured that it is safe, and it's just we are happy that the testing will happen soon, and thank you so much for working that out for this community. Have a good night.
Yes, ma'am.
So it is 8:45, and do we have any other comments, or is that the end?
We do. It keeps growing. Right now, it looks like we have about 16 or 17.
We have to close the public comments because it's 8:45, and we did agree at 8:45. And then I'd like to hear from the boards. I'm sure our board members have some comments, and we try to finish before 9 o'clock, okay? Because we started at 5. Okay, so now I'm opening the floor to my board members. Okay, we have board member, Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I wish I could say my comments are going to be brief, but this is too important, and I don't think I can be. But first of all, I'd like to wish Dr. Eugenio well. He's at home with a cough. It was fun filling in as clerk, but I hope he's back by January 18th. The percentages show that 82.4% of elementary school parents, 76.4% of middle school, and 75% of high school parents have their kids back in class. And Biden's education secretary has said that all kids should be back in the classroom. No matter what side of the aisle you're on this debate, every doctor I've heard, every education professional has said that kids get the best education in class. Having said that, I do respect the parents' opinions that would like their kids to stay home, and I do think there's things we can do for them, and I think there's things that we should do for them. I'm very disappointed with the state and the county. They've been given billions of dollars here in California to have this prepared, and we're waiting for tests. I think it's unacceptable, and I'm not going to blame them entirely. I like that Mr. Nguyen is looking for other avenues to get these rapid tests. Frankly, we need to get 18,500 rapid tests as fast as we can to get them in the hand of every parent and child so they can test, and then parents maybe will feel more comfortable sending their kids back to class. That's the number one priority I think we should have. All hands on deck. Let's do anything we can do to try to make that happen, please. I got an email from a teacher that I guess went to get tested. I'm not sure if she went through the district protocols or went out on her own, but I guess it was going to be 2 to 4 days for the test results to come back. She was offered to pay $130 to get the test back more rapidly, and I think we should explore that if they want to submit an invoice for that, and we can get it back 2 or 3 days earlier. That would save sub fees, and it would keep our teachers in the classroom. So that's something to consider if it's an option. As far as the plexiglass, and by the way, I've had hundreds of parents reach out to me via email, phone, text, instant message, and I want you to know I've heard from all of you, so I'm going to try to address as many issues as fast as I can. The plexiglass, I've seen studies that it actually does more harm than good, and it traps airborne particles and can allow COVID to spread more. Maybe we can do research and see if that's not true. If it is indeed beneficial, then I want them up, but the research I've shown says that it does not. And I sat in a back row at Nixon with no kids there, and I couldn't see the chalkboard, and I couldn't see where the teacher would be. Now, you put all the kids in there, these kids just cannot see what's going on. So that was one of the main reasons it was taken out, and I wanted to clear that up. Tuan, do we have N95 masks for children?
We do not. So let's talk about the mask and the requirement, and I just want to make sure we clarify this for everyone. So the requirement from the county, as we come back for staff, let's talk about staff first, and then we can talk about students, is that they have to have 3-ply surgical mask or better. So the blue mask, the 3-ply, would meet the requirement. KN95 or KF94 would meet the requirement. The N95, as has been indicated, has to be fitted, and we have reserved those for health professionals. So meaning the nurses would have the N95. The regular staff, there's no need and there's no requirement for N95. So again, for all the staff, they would have surgical, 3-ply surgical mask or KF94 or KN95. The N95, we reserve them for the nurses.
Do we have enough 3-ply surgical masks for all of our kids?
So that's a student, so I'll get to that. So we have more than enough surgical masks for staff. For students, when they come to school, they expect now to have the surgical mask. If they don't have one, we will provide them one. Okay. So the answer is yes, we will have sufficient surgical masks for all students.
Thank you. I knew the answer to that, but I wanted you to share with all of our parents that any student can get a 3-ply surgical mask from the district.
That is correct.
Okay. Lunch outside, obviously it's not raining, we can have lunch outside. I've seen what they do at Nixon where they do different segments, go to eat at different times, and I've only seen 3 kids at a lunch table. They're in a triangle format and they're 6 feet apart. I don't know if that's doable at junior high or high schools, but I did see some photos of kids in line to get food. I'm assuming it was a high school, and there was, 50 to 100 kids on top of each other. I don't know if there's any way, Dr. Wise, that we can space them out a little bit. That would be helpful. The parents, I think, would appreciate that. Have we called all of our retired teachers to see if any of them will come in as subs? I'm seeing heads nod yes. That's a good idea. If we haven't, let's please keep trying that. Tuan, is there any way to hire part-time or temporary nurses just to fill the 15 or 16 schools that we don't have one at? Or Dr. Zitlow?
So thank you for the question. We have been working to hire even one more nurse since the fall. It is not an easy process right now. It's just a challenge. And so we will continue to look to hire nurses to fill the spaces we have. In the meantime, we have brought in sub-nurses from agencies to assist. And in addition, coming to the meeting on the 18th for you all will be to add additional support staff out of a health agency to help with the additional pieces we're seeing with the, excuse me, I lost the word in my mind, contact tracing. So with the approval on the 18th, starting the 19th, we'll have additional support for the contact tracing out of an agency.
Okay, thank you.
So we haven't hired any nurse?
We've hired as many nurses as we could find, but we still have one position that we've continued to fly that we're continuing to look and interview for.
Okay, thank you. Before I conclude, I'd just like to reiterate that I think our number one priority should be to get tests for every kid at all cost, whatever it takes. We have plenty of money. We should be looking everywhere. I also asked my daughters, who are 7 and 9 and attend schools, if they wanted to go back online. They told me, Daddy, they want to stay in school. I watched them online, and it was challenging for one of my kids. I'll just leave it at that. But the hybrid model was even tougher for teachers because you're now trying to concentrate on kids at home and in the classroom, and I think both parties probably suffered a little bit, even though the teachers did a great job. So I just want to share my thoughts on that, and I would like to conclude by thanking our teachers, our janitors, our principals, nurses, nutritional people, maintenance workers, and all of our staff. These are extraordinary times. This board, I can speak for myself and most of us, we are doing everything we can. We're listening to you parents. We're making changes every day. This is fluid. These are extraordinary times. We do care about your kids, and we'll do the best we can to help everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Brad Beach. Asked very excellent questions. Next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to thank the President for actually having this special meeting because this is very important we've had over 3 hours of comments. The community definitely needed it. It requires leadership to do that, and it's not easy to sit here. So for her to call that meeting, I am very grateful for that particular situation. Also, to the principals that came here today to give their testimony as to what they are doing to make our community safer. Even if a lot of people know it, having it in this public meeting in a public way how they're specifically on the ground doing the work, particularly with Sirius High School. Looks like they've had no positives whatsoever, which is amazing because they have 2,000 students. I'm looking at this here, this chart. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Cerritos High School wasn't listed, and nor is the other Nixon. I don't think Nixon's listed here. Nixon's not on there, right? But it's still disturbing because if you look at this chart that I'm looking at, on day 1 we have 2 positive cases. On day 2 we have 10, 12, 14. You can tell the math. It's not very good, and so I'm going to ask some questions about that, particularly with the absenteeism. The absenteeism has actually gone up from day 1 pretty substantially. Not just the first day, a lot of people didn't show because they were scared. The second day, more people didn't show, and every day more people are not showing up. Absent, maybe it's because of the 37,000 positive cases out there. So I'm going to be asking some questions about what we're doing to address that specific issue. The parents that came and spoke and gave their testimony, both in person and online, it's heartbreaking. This is the most difficult time I've ever had in any situation where we're dealing with a lot of loss. I know my daughter has got a lot of close contacts, even within my brother-in-law, my daughter's friend. Just this is a definitely difficult time, and I know we can blame the county for some of that, but some of it is also on us. So, I mean, I think we have to do more. So I want to ask some additional specific questions, also specifically regarding mental health. So one of the biggest problems with this COVID issue is death, but the other part of it is, the other end of it is mental health. Maybe we need to find a way to get those other mental health professionals back or more. Maybe it requires additional funding, because we have the funding. But these kids are suffering, and we haven't had any increase in suicides, which is great, but we're into year 3 of this, and I don't see an end. I really don't. We have to think that this is going to be here for a while. This is not, 37,000 is good for now, but I next year we're going to have the same thing. So we have to start thinking longer term. And we can't think, I think there was one person talking about minimums. We can't think about the county minimums. We have to be leaders, right? One of the leaders things that I've seen is LAUSD, where they're requiring testing. I'm not saying that we should do that, but I'm thinking maybe we should consider more than what the county minimum is, right? Because I don't know that more testing equals safer schools. I don't know that. But I know that Santa Ana Unified is doing it. I know LAUSD is doing it. I know other districts are doing it. And the one thing mandatory testing will do, at least once, is at one point in time you have a general idea as to who is positive. I think we should consider that. I like that we're addressing many of the issues that are out there. Improved masking requirements. The minimum is no more cloth masks, and we're going to go to these other things. But I think as one parent had talked about and asked me this legal question, I don't know what the legal answer is, but yeah, we should be providing some of these higher standards. Do N95 masks exist for people under 12?
We have to look into that, because through this time our position is that N95, because of the specialty, the fitting, we have been reserving them for our health professionals. We have always provide KF94, KN95, and surgical masks for staff and students. We have never considered N95.
Okay, well, then KF95 is can be provided to students and children from 5 to 12?
Correct. We prefer the surgical, the 3-ply surgical, but the other 2, if they requested that, we have them.
Okay, so that's a little ignorance on my part. I don't know all the details. I guess N95 is obviously the gold standard.
Right.
All right. And that may not be necessary, but thank you. lunch facilities during the rainy days, and how you were talking about how so the cases are going up this week. Do we have a specific plan regarding that in terms of enabling more aeration, more things like that? So I did see a lunch line at Tetzlaff where everybody's within inches, and I know it's difficult because if they had 5 feet apart, they'd be out to the yard. But are there ways that we can deal with enabling the students to be separated at times when they're eating and at times that they're waiting in lines and things like that? I think we need to explore that in more detail because the cases are going up in our schools here. I'm seeing more absences. And if it's anything like the outside, and I don't want to be scaring people. The schools are a safe place. The schools are a safe place. But we're dealing with a new cohort of people coming in after the holidays. They were all in their own little pods, and now they're all coming into this general pod, and it's just an issue where we may need to be more vigilant now. Maybe we don't have mandatory testing like LAUSD every single week. That's maybe a different situation, but maybe once, maybe next week when we know that people have come back. We know that it's likely to be positive. They're going to be positive at that time. That's something that we can't ask for, but we can suggest that we look into that. And I'm sure you'll come back to us if you actually make that decision. Nurses coverage, I think you covered. I'm not going to go over any more of this, and I think we've already discussed the final exams that are being kind of addressed and making sure that we have concerns for our students. So I'm really proud of what we have done so far. I'm very proud of a staff that's worked overtime during the holidays and done things while everybody else is out on vacation and everything. Our staff is hard at work trying to figure out how to address the cases going from 4,000 to 6,000 to 9,000 to 27,000 in literally just 4 days. So to be able to act quickly, I'm just asking that now that we're back in school, that we don't stick with the county minimums. I know we could stick with the county minimums, but that's not good enough. We do have to do better than that. We may need to have more than the county minimum, which is just providing them a test. I trust our parents, but I think that, as Reagan said, trust but verify. Thank you, Madam President. Again, this is a really important meeting and giving us an opportunity to do this. I'll leave for right now.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Board Member Nishi. And next we have Sophia Say.
Thank you, President. I do want to commend to our president here right now. I want to thank you so much. Since the winter time, around December, you already spoke to me about this COVID. So we have extra meeting coming up, and you kind of say, you know, I really need one, and I support that. I really want to appreciate you have that thought. And I know you've been working with the superintendent. Is wondering, so when is a good time to talk? Okay. The funny thing, when I heard, I'm sitting here with the 48 years in medical nursing field. I don't know what to say. I heard my colleague RN start talking about. There's a couple issues about N95. Okay, yes, you have to have fit test. All my students actually was here today. We're doing the fit test on them. So in case if your staff RN or health care person, they have to have a fit test done. There's another N95 mask, which is the white one, the longer one. We're using for those people not fit in the N95, which is the blue one. We commonly see that. It's very hard to wear that one when you. I know I have some teacher come to me, ask me, give me some N95. This is really before the school starts, so I give some to them already. The issue is N95 fit test, right? Do we really need it? The truth is, I work in a hospital. I just took 1 month off. We have a patient with N95. We only use COVID patient. When we go to the room, we wear N95, we have a face shields. Do we have face shield in our school? Because I know some districts already have face shields and available for our children to use. This is to answer to board member, VP, Mr. Beach. But plastic glass, did it really help it? COVID, Omicron, and air can stay for 3 hours, okay? But the issue is, when you have a children, which is I get a lot of complaint by parents and the teacher, you're talking about the young kids. They love to hug each other. They love to touch each other. That's one of the things, do we need to do that? If you remember November, I did mention on the board, I said by January it's going to be worse. If we take the plastic glass out from the kids, the boundary is gone. There's no limitation between the kids to kids. Our K2, I believe K2 third grade, right, it's have 2 kids in one table, am I right? So they are next to each other. Versus, I know Board Beach said, I can't see well. This is also on my study too. I talked to teacher. If we put the screen down, because we in the classroom we have the screen down, right? The people on the back, you can see the screen, right? You can read it. Okay. And I asked the teachers, I have some people say they can't see from the back. The teachers say no. Actually, this is truly the test is you can see it once I put the screen down. So should we do that or shouldn't we do it? But you have to make some kind of adjustment here. Is it safe or not safe? It wasn't safe because some of the schools didn't have the, we didn't kind of glue them down. So the plastic glass can moving around, fell off. Some teacher doesn't like that because it does bother them. They have to get a new one, put it in there. So if they're on the air 3 hours, no matter what you're doing in the classroom, you are exposed to it. So the plastic glasses, there's no such per se online really talk about plastic. Sure, you shouldn't. But I know we clean it up at the end of the day, right? We clean the classroom a day. And I saw how the worker sprayed that, and that was illegally by the state. So I strongly recommend the plastic glass put it back on it and make sure the staff, I know this is not a lot of work for you folks, but make sure it had to be safe, put it down there. And some teacher really likes it, some teacher may not like it, but we have to work together. I think I really want to say today is, I see the both side parents, some want in-person education, some wants to be virtual hybrid. I teach both, and really hard. Depends on the teacher ability, depends what teacher is. And some teachers really good on that, and I'm really good on the virtual education because I use a lot of picture, I use a lot of modern styles of fly in, fly out. The kids, my student attended. So what is it today I really see is education to the parent, to the staff, and the student. Education today, you have everything here already. We did the presentation first. I still have parents ask me, we still heard the parents say, how do you, if you're exposed to the COVID, when does it count? It's right here on the page 10. Stay home for 5 days from the date of exposure. And also about the mask, we also have Catherine Patel mentioned about the 3-ply surgical and KN95, N95. Everything's here too. We need to find a way to educate our parents, our teacher, and our student about those information. Make sure they keep on. It's already hard for teacher because I went to see the little kids in there. I saw them, the mask down like this, and they walk around. They hug each other. And that's how kids is. I have 2 grandchildren. They love hug each other. There's no way I can separate them. So how are we going to do that? Don't make things of plastic glass right now. And they have their own table, am I right? They have own things. So education is important. And to the community, don't send them a long letter. Give them bullet points. That's all you need to do. Parent needs to know. The teacher needs to know. We have to work together. And I hear the people finger pointed to the board or pointed to the audience, but I do want to say something here. There's all come out some suggestion. What can you do for the district? I know I did. I just had somebody donate 20,000 masks. Am I right, Tuan? I'm looking for people give us NK95. I find the vendor today. They want to do it for you. I find the students say, hey, we want to do it. I also I'm going to tell Dr. Zeno, I have a student for you, graduated, got a license there. So many nurses out there looking for a job. You can go to Sacramento, send an email to them, who's the new person just got a license, email to them. They will come. They need a job. I have a student just asked me to write in the recommendation letter for them. They're looking for a job. I refer them to MLK because I like the hospital, refer to UCLA. But I didn't know we really need here. If you need it, I'll give you the person, headquarter person, you can talk to them. They are ready for us here. The vendor is there for you. They're ready to do it. But we have a lot of red tapes in here. I have another question to you. It's talking about in-person and hybrid education. I need to ask you, Tuan. I know like two board members already mentioned, we gotta be, and our parents say too, we're the best district in here. We gotta take some lead. We gotta take some challenge there. The states give us a recommendation and requirement. There's a difference there. Require, recommend. Recommend you don't have to follow. Require, we have to follow. Some school, and I think I mentioned to you, one of the staff here before, they do have combination class together. Kids want to stay home, they stay home, but they'll be online, watch how teachers teaching it. Okay. They can raise question at the end after teachers have time, they will answer the question. Or they also have another volunteer on the side. I know we did talk about volunteer with you, Tuan, and you say you're going to work with Dr. Zino about, because there's opening, we can have volunteer now, right? We need to work with the parents, have them to be there on the side to help the teacher. And a lot of people want to do it. And I know some people waiting in the line to get in to help us. But you have to find a way, write a policy, what we can do for the volunteer, what we need to do, the test, the shots. I mean, I know some parents just doesn't believe vaccine, okay? I am sorry to say that, because back in about 1990, that period of time, 5 to 10 years, there was so-called RSV. I think Brett talked about that. It's really bad when you expose that, especially on the children under 3 years old and 65 above. When they get attacked for RSV, that's another virus there. It's a different virus. At that time, a lot of children died from there. I was one had to take the kids out, fly them out. I have to constantly suction the patient. The patient starting to have bradycardia, which is the heart rate dropped to 40, and I have to take it out and chest compression on the patient, suction the patient back and forth. I don't know what else I damaged the kid's brain, but I have to do it. And that was a time, it's really bad. You know what? COVID is worse than that. My student just left. The last month I was in the hospital, the patient was coded back and forth and back and forth. He's 28 years old. What if, and that didn't have a shot, didn't have a COVID shot. So I am worried that too. I am, children coming back to school, parents worry, and I when I send an email to them, I just say noted, because I cannot tell them how dangerous can be. Does it really affect the children? You might say the case is much less than adult, but what if that's your kids, had a severe one, and die in the hospital and nothing you can do, and begging you to save my life, I want to leave, I want to go to school. And I have the children from here. It was like this. I don't want to go, moms, please help me. And he take the mask out and talk to the mother with his wishes here, going back to school. Here I want to make my conclusion is, lunchtime, I know we can do it. If it's raining time, open auditorium. Okay. You have to also think about one more thing. On November, I didn't mention about it. When it's an emergency, the parents cannot pick up the kids. What are you going to do? It's possible COVID. We need to have an emergency room, backup plan, where we're going to put those people are. How are we going to carry those students? You can find one area, even district here, can find a big room for those kids to be there, waiting until the parents come. And that's the time you need to really isolate the patient very well. NK95 may not fit on the kids. You probably need to use on them to protect them and protect other people. And nurse need to be there, and wear N95. The last piece is also shields. You need to consider that. If you don't want a plastic glass, then you gotta have a face shields. For COVID patient and the hospital, N95, face shield, cap and gown, gloves. We might have some kids with COVID, so think about that. So I would like the lunchtime, another thing I know people talk about. There was a problem at Cerritos High School and other high school because there's free lunch, free meal. People lined up so long. And you know what? The parents just say, maybe we can cut the lunch hours. You can't cut the lunch hour. By the time they get the meal, time is over, have to go back to classroom. And some of the kids didn't even get the food. So for this time, because we know we're going back to to the crisis right now. How are we going to handle that? Passing the tray, give the student. Can we get a volunteer to help? Because I was in the Bragg elementary school. It was really, the kids stay there. They have a choice there too, because usually we had 2 meals for them. I mean, the 2 choice there. I remember that day was hot dog and cheese bread. I mean, the corn dog, and the other one cheese bread. So the kids were staying there, could not decide it, but you have long lines waiting there. So we might think about those crises there. How are we going to get the time past lunch faster? Who can help us? And the reigning time can, once again, auditorium. I do like to a lot of email from our local community members, such as Ed Young and Selena. People send it to me a lot of things to talk about, and I like to say what I try to accommodate as much as I can. But I think some of the things are really good. The volunteer, which is I use now, I think Sid's one of the person talk about. The volunteer, we might utilize that. We have a high school in the last year right now. They finished apply school. I think this week is the last day to apply the college. I think we can utilize them to help us tutoring after school. We need to have a really good, strong volunteer team. That people make sure we monitor the parents who come to help with services here, safety issue. We also need to use our high school kids if they can't go Zoom to help them. Make a schedule, okay, and online tutoring, okay. Short staffing. You might want to considering, RN, I think I can help you on that part. You might consider, I know some people are home right now from out of the state. And I told them to apply the job here. I say, go apply. And I think, Zena, you and I talk about two staff right now they can do right away for helping us. I think what I'm trying to say here is our responsibility here. Not finger point to the other people. What can you do to help a district? The staff, I want to tell the public right now, our staff is not the medical staff. Respect them. They are doing the best they can. But if you are the one know about what is, come to help us. Teaching us, email to them. Oh, you know what? When N95 have to have fit test, I can help you. Offer you to us. It's our children's safety. It's your children. Your children's life is so important to all of us in here. Don't finger point at each other's. Come to help us. Let us know what can you do. Find the N95. If you have N95, find your friends, donate it. I just texted so many people already. I want to get free N95. People working on it right now. And next meeting on board 18, like I told Twan, they're coming, 20,000 masks coming. Know your resource. Parents home. Community, your home. Know your resource. Come to join to us. It's like a disaster. We all have to help. I know it's time for me.
Thank you, Sophia Say, board member Sophia Say.
If I can't think of something, I'll help
Okay,
you.
so thank you, Sophia Say. We basically she's offering to the public what can each of you do during this crisis. You're welcome. Reach out to us. Next, we have board member Olga Rios. Dr. Olga Rios, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Madam President. A lot of my questions or comments were already echoed, so I'll just add 2 things and then highlight something. I wanted to see if someone in the staff can tell us or walk us through what the process is for kids who show symptoms at school, because I know we talked about isolation and I know we talked about quarantine and close contacts, but what happens with the child that just shows up and is showing symptoms?
We're working
Who's
to get the
gonna
mic on.
Melinda?
So, Dr. Rios, we did review that earlier in the presentation. So do you think maybe
Okay, I must have missed it then. I just wanted to make sure,
we
because
already
that's
had it. So it's okay, Melinda Ortiz.
She's
because
got
we
it.
covered it earlier. So,
Sorry, Dr. Rios,
okay.
I could not get the
Yeah,
mic
yeah.
working.
Do you have another question? Dr. Rios?
Well, that was something that people reached out to me, that they seem to be not clear. And I know that we did in detail cover again,
Yes, we did.
close contacts, et cetera, but this was just, students like, I know that, a lot of this is not discretionary. It's guided by the LA County Department of Health. And we urge and plead parents that if your child is sick, to please keep them at home, because as was repeatedly mentioned, that's one way that we all stay safe. The other thing that I wanted to highlight was the idea that, times are different. And I would encourage us as a district, as administrators, as teachers, to do things differently, as was mentioned, especially for the next couple of weeks or beyond if needed. Because, and things are, I want to acknowledge our administrators. Like, this has been an incredibly tough week for everyone. But again, we heard some concerns about lunch. I want us to get creative with that, to minimize risk, because ultimately we do want to keep our schools open. We do want to keep kids safe. And the way we can do that is by something, reiterating what also parents and staff mentioned. It's going to take us all working together as a team. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Dr. Michael Eugenio. Are you there?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I just want to speak briefly on students with special needs, because my daughter is also a student over at Cerritos, and she has special needs. In my opinion, it is highly encouraged for students with special needs to attend school in person. The reason being, many students with special needs are kinesthetic learners, meaning they require touch to acquire and learn new skills from highly qualified instructors who are knowledgeable on various teaching techniques. This would be difficult, but not impossible, to attain in independent study under the supervision of a parent or guardian. But I do understand during this unique period that there are students with special needs whose health would be at risk, as well as the health of their household members, who may also be a high-risk demographic. For those students with special needs whose health would be at risk, I would recommend to temporarily enroll into independent study during this period. But again, it is highly encouraged for students with special needs to attend school in person, where they thrive the most. That's all I have, Madam President. May God bless you all and keep you well.
Thank you, Board Clerk. Next, we have Sophia C.
Sorry about two more questions. One is, I just want to update to the public and to our staff too. For the JJ right now, it's 2 months after the initial dose, and Moderna is 6 months. Pfizer is 5 months. This is a new change, right? The booster. Okay, it moved up more now. And the other thing I do need to ask you, Tuan, is to PCR and the rapid. Okay, the test that we're talking right now. The government gave us a rapid one or PCR?
Rapid antigen.
If they will give us, it would be the antigen, the rapid one.
The rapid one.
Yes, ma'am.
PCR is more accurate.
That is correct.
And the turnaround, right now they were saying 24 to 48 hours. I think the PCR is way better than the rapid, more safety if we can get it.
So in the presentation, we did say that beginning next week, we will be testing students. It will be at Artesia High School, Gar High School, and then Cerritos High School, and those will be PCR tests.
I just want the public to hear that we choose the best test on our student, accurate, high sensitive one. Another one, do we still have a cure, the LA van, the van still stay in the high school, Cerritos High School? There was like Monday through Friday in the morning. We used to have them to do the testing. I know during the winter time they were there.
Curative is at Cerritos High School on Mondays and Wednesdays until 3 o'clock.
Yeah, we probably need to publicize on that too, so make sure people, there are more options there. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Say. And we have one more, Ernie Nishi.
Just one question,
Okay.
follow-up regarding the PCR testing. So I understand we're using World United PPE. How do we select them? I mean, do we select them based upon their accuracy, or do we do any?
We did went through a thorough process, and we took them to the board for approval, I believe back in October. So we did look at 3 different vendors, and we selected them based on the criteria that we listed out, and we did take them to the board for approval.
And that was based upon accuracy as well, right?
Yes,
Okay.
at the time.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Su, did you have any comments? Okay. I can feel and understand the stress and fear and concern of parents and students. And I'd like to thank the public for sharing your concerns. And also, I'd like to thank Dr. Christina Weiss and Melinda Ortiz for, within 24 hours, you were, got all the principals to come and, give us a report and the presentation on what they have been doing and how they have been handling the Omicron. And, many points have been addressed, and I'm glad that we waited a few more days to have this special board meeting. I know that last week I was calling Dr. Su, and I was very nervous and anxious, but we needed to give our staff time to handle the situation and roll this out. And we were ready to hear the reports from our staff and principals today. And that's so assuring, really assuring to hear from you, a lot of details. And many of the parents' concerns have actually been addressed at the presentation. And in fact, I think most of them were addressed. And it's understandable. It's a time to panic. People, and we have different opinions. And obviously, I'm very thankful that our staffs will do the best with what you can for the general. Because we cannot please everyone, I'm sorry, but we will do our best with our given circumstances. And with Omicron, we are still learning how this it's like a wind, And my daughter was infected with Omicron 2 weeks ago in New York. And she had a breakdown because of her roommate, but she was just sick for 2 days. Yeah, so we're learning from our relatives. People respond differently, but the variants are lighter. So let us stay calm and move forward together. I want to encourage and thank our principals, teachers, our cabinet, and my fellow board members to let us strive to minimize the learning disruption and put students' safety first as a foremost importance. However, we will continue to look into improving some of the concerns mentioned today. Nurses, independent study, and online independent study program. How can we meet the needs? Because I know that with the hybrid model, Dr. Zillo, can you explain about the hybrid model, what the governor's guidelines are?
Thank you. At this time, what we have approval to do is through an independent study program. So we don't have the ability under the current laws to go back to the model we used during the closures.
Mm-hmm. However, I will reach out to the governor's office and see if things will change. We will do that. And we want to continue to work on securing the test and mask distribution. So hang tight, everyone. We're doing our best. I know that I've called, and I try not to bother the staff so much, but I know I've been calling you guys every day. And one thing that I do want to ask our cabinet and Scott Smith to do is to update our community through the news, not once a week, but with updates, changes that happen, maybe 2-3 times, increase it so that the parents and the community know what's going on, right? And and for each of the families, please reach out to your principals, and because at the site, because they are willing to work with each family, because each family have different needs. And I know that for special needs students, for IEP students, as our clerk, Dr. Michael Eugenio mentioned, in person is the best, but for those families who want to do independent study, they need to have a meeting with the IEP, which is the best thing to do, because then they can give you the best advice. So our board our district, our staff, we are doing our best. And once again, I want to thank you for this time. We heard the public. Well, we will respect all the public comments tonight and do our best to follow up. Thank you very much. And may I have a motion to adjourn the meeting tonight?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Stay safe.